Ayan, so good morning everyone. Good morning to our SPA. So our first speaker is already here in the Google Meet. Yung Facebook Live po, inuulit ko lang po, isi-send na lang po namin sa chat box yung link. And eto po, wait lang.
Panday ka.
So ayun po, we'll be sending the YouTube link po instead since hindi po namin kayang i-live sa Facebook. So, good morning everyone. Again, I'm Alessandra A. Pandes, the Associate Editor-in-Chief of the Lost Stories. And to begin with, um, our first speaker, I would like to introduce Mr. Venancio Borromeo, the co-founder of the Lost Stories, former executive producer of TV Patrol and Bandila of ABS-CBN. He will be talking about the media landscape. Everyone, Mr. Nan Borromeo. Sir Nan.
Hello, good morning sa lahat po ng participants na for on this online press conference for school paper advisors dito sa Mountain Province. Magandang umaga po mga sir, mga ma'am sa inyo lahat. I was asked to talk about the media landscape. Nasaan na ba tayo? Nasaan ang ating as far as media is concerned? Sabi nila, our Philippine media or the Philippine media landscape is actually basically characterized by contradictions. Kasi on one hand, it is with or it joins or hindi siya nagpapahuli with a global trend ng technological disruptions, ushering changes, and especially pagdating ngayon sa what they call the new media, which is the digital media, online. Basically, hindi tayo nagpapahuli doon. We are even dubbed as the social media or internet capital, if not all the world, but at least here in Asia. Dahil sa consumption natin sa internet and social media. But on the other hand, kung hindi man tayo nagpapahuli, no, sa aspect na yon ng technological advances as far as media is concerned, in the media economy, yung profession and consumption. On the other hand, yung current or persistent socio-economic inequality sa ating bansa and yung gap, especially the economic gap between the urban and rural communities natin, it limits yung potential ng mga technological advances and advancements and technological disruptions na ginagawa. Thus, dito sa atin, in the Philippines, what we call as a legacy media or the traditional media, uh, it remains supreme over the new media, except for newspapers. No, what is yung legacy media? Legacy media would be radio and television. It should include even the newspapers, ano, but in our country, medyo napag-iwanan na talaga yung, especially the national papers, the print media. In Media Ownership Monitor 2017 study, print media, which includes newspapers and is said to be losing its relevance as a source of information and news. It really lags behind television, radio, and now even the internet, as many Filipinos now uh, uh, consume news via the new media. Traditionally, dito sa atin, it's still television which remains to be the source of information, news, and even entertainment. But little by little, humahabol na rin itong what we call, especially sa urban areas, yung new media, meaning yung online media. That is why marami ng traditional or legacy media, meron na rin silang counterpart na mga online, meron na rin online presence like most of the dailies, yung national newspapers natin, meron na silang mga online version. Television, radio, and news organizations, meron na rin silang yung digital or online or internet version ng kanilang service. But if the print media, yung national papers are really on the decline, according to the same study, uh, in during the past decades, the community and regional press have seen some growth. Why? Dahil daw in many rural areas, the community press is banking on their reputation kasi sila na yung matagal na nandiyan, tiwala na sila ng same community, and the collective participatory interest of its audience. Meaning, since community and regional press is closer sa kanilang community, mas tiwala sa kanila yung audience nila, plus uh, they contribute to the content, they contribute even to the feedback na direkta sa mga whatever that comes out in the regional press. And somehow it is perceived, the regional and community press, it is somehow perceived as having a role in social cohesion, especially or particularly of their respective communities. But overall, in the Philippines, radio still is the primary source of information and news ng marami sa ating mga kababayan. Ano, especially it is crucial during the past, like the past, yung mga bagyong Ulysses and bagyong Rolly. Mahalaga yon sa dissemination ng information. But ang yes, social media and the internet are gaining great followings now sa atin, but hindi pa rin siya enough. Plus, unlike compared to a transistor radio, battery operated na maliit na bit lang natin sa bahay, especially during halimbawa may malakas na bagyo, power interruptions are expected. If we will be relying on social media or the internet for our information, tungkol sa development ng say ng isang malakas na bagyo that could hit our say our province, our region. Pag bumagsak ng power, whatever reliance we have dun sa social media or sa internet would depend on how much more power is left on our mobile devices. At pag nawala na rin yun, wala na rin tayong mapagkukuhan. I mean, unlike with sa radio, especially if available pa yung mga battery-operated natin radio transistors, anytime, even kahit wala ng kuryente, kahit may bagyo, maririnig natin yung development, yung balita, and nakaka-reach kasi siya even dun sa mga remotest areas sa ating bansa. Now, with that situation that we have, recently, marami well, we've seen it on social media and even in some of the traditional media na mga reports na dahil sa pagkakawala ng prangkisa ng ABS-CBN, which happens to be ito without bias or anything, but objectively, ABS-CBN is really the largest network in our country with the widest reach. Alam natin kung ano nangyari with ABS-CBN, natanggalan ng na-limit ang operations niya. And ang pinakamasakit na nangyari is its regional network group talagang was already was abolished na rin, nawala na rin. Kasama siyang nawala when the franchise was denied. And yung effect nung pagkawala ng especially nung regional network group dito sa mga kakadaan lang na bagyo natin was really felt that much dahil the impression of the people, yes, hindi nagkulang ang ating weather bureau sa paglabas ng enough warning about the coming typhoon. At that time, I think nag-start siya with Rolly and then with Ulysses. Hindi nagkulang din probably, hopefully, and then I would like to believe yung ating, even especially yung DSWD and our military, hindi sila nagkulang yung sa pag-prepare for that those calamities. But what happened was yung information na makakarating sa mga kababayan natin hindi nakarating on time dahil in the past they really would rely on the regional, as I've said kanina, sa landscape natin, malakas at malaki ang tiwala ng audience, ng media audience sa mga regional and community press. Since nawala yung regional group, which ABS-CBN is probably the only national media that we have na merong regional network na ganong kalawak, nagkulang yung pag-disseminate nung information sa maraming tao, unlike in the past that talagang bugbog kapag may bagyo, bago pa lang days before pa lang pinaghahanda ng mga tao, and then so that you would see people really are preparing either to evacuate yung kanilang kinalalagyan because they know, alam na nila pag ganyang kalakas ang bagyo. I mean, hindi naman tayo, we're not strangers sa mga ganyang sitwasyon. We just want, ang kailangan natin is really to know, to have the right information about how strong it will be and when it will hit us. Medyo doon, kaya marami nagsasabi na bigla sila, nagulat sila dahil sa nangyari. So, apart from, hindi ko naman sinasabing it's all ABS-CBN na it's the reason why there is some failure sa pag-disseminate ng mga information is because nawala ng ABS-CBN. Of course, marami pa rin namang nandiyan na mga other media networks, but yung objective thing there is as far as the wide and the reach uh, nung network, yun yung basic naka-epekto wise marami sa atin ang nagkabiglaan recently dun sa mga calamities sa mga yung pagbaha sa Cagayan, and then yung naging pagtama ng bagyo doon sa Kabikulan, ano po. But more than that, yung pagkakatanggal din ng franchise or pagkakadeny ng franchise sa ABS-CBN is just also one of the current situation that we as journalists in general should be really worried about. I have to say that because objectively we've seen how and why the franchise was denied. And apart from ABS-CBN, uh, may iba pang mga media organizations today na talagang sabihin na natin in a way ay how do you say this? Parang ginipit. We have Rappler also. Previously, about 2-3 years ago, it was the Philippine Daily Inquirer uh, that the former owners were forced to sell the paper to new investors or to somebody who is actually somehow close to the administration. So uh, some call this as a, or some see this situation of media organizations, whether it is the legacy media, TV, radio, or the new media like Rappler. They see this as a uh, brazen state maneuvers, which is really inimical to media or press freedom, because most of these media organizations who are sabihin na natin suffering the brunt of this administration really are perceived to be critical, when in fact yun nga, that's the issue for us journalists also, uh, because we are basically here to really be part of the check and balances in not only in an administration particularly, but also but our society in general. Uh, Marami pa po this issue about the press freedom is really uh, integral no sa ating media landscape. I mean, we used to have the freest press, not only probably in Asia but maybe even the world, ano. But now recent studies show that the Philippines is one of with the lowest trust levels. The Philippine media is among countries with the lowest trust levels, and is one factor, according to this also the TRUA study of 2020. One factor that led to the low trust in Philippine media is actually uh, what's happening now on social media. Uh, I don't hindi ko na elaborate what's happening on social media, but most of us would know that uh, maraming, especially the what they call the mainstream or traditional media, uh, it has been discredited. It is still being discredited on social media by misinformation, disinformation, and uh, paano ba? Means, sabihin na natin several political factions, no? In na who are engaging in social media, debates, mga comments, ganyan. And yun according to the Chua study of 2020. Yun that is one factor that parang affected at the public trust on traditional or mainstream media. Now, but social media, this is not uh, sabihin social media has brought us only bad things. No, social media is really the future, or not really the future, but social media and the internet and the digital media is what we have now. It is the now that we need to really harness yung the good things that we can do, and especially sa profession natin as journalists, as media practitioners, this is really the way to go. Today in the Philippines, the internet is still lagging behind radio and television, but so far naka-advance na siya that na-overtake na nga niya ang newspaper. Mas marami na sa atin ngayon would look on social media or on the internet for our main information, main news, and even sometimes, most of the time, even yung shopping natin, dyan na natin nire-rely. So it's really part of our media consumption now. It's in fact, for the younger generation, uh, mas dyan na sila nakasalalay ngayon, mas dyan na sila nakadepend for almost anything. And we hope that uh, with the growth of the internet and the social media, which is initially what we call the new media nga, because the traditional media is TV, radio, and print, no? Uh, we hope this will actually help us more in proper nation building, and in uniting our country instead of dividing it, which is actually the sad thing is right now social media is being used to, or some people are using social media to divide us as a nation instead of uniting us and stand together, and as they say, heal together, especially during now in this time of the pandemic, which is kailangan natin yan. Mabilis ang social media. It's, kung tutusin, mas mabilis pa siya kesa sa radio. But ang hassle lang with social media is yung physical, technical infrastructure that we have. Kailangan nating i-improve pa yun. Hopefully with the entry or of more players in the country sa mga network providers, hopefully mas bubuti yun, because sa ngayon it's also like right now tayo we are having this press conference online. So kailangan talaga na this is one way of uh, harnessing yung potentials, yung benefits. And in fact, during the last 8 months that we were under quarantine, under lockdown, this is the only way that many of us have at least continued the things that we used to do, to mga conferences, meetings, online, everything online. But yun nga ang in the country, sa atin, ang major hurdle is yung technical and the physical infrastructure that we have compared to the other countries around us here in Asia. So we hope, as I've said earlier, na with the entry of the new players na gustong mag-provide ng better service as far as the internet is concerned, maging matagumpay for all of us, so that this new media na siyang platform natin ngayon, uh, mas lalo natin pakinibangan, and hopefully magagamit natin ito really for better information dissemination, which is crucial, especially during the times of mga calamities and emergencies. I hope I made sense. Thank you very much for the time. Sana hindi ako nag-overtime. Marami pong salamat. Ali, Dima. Hello. Good morning po. Ay, bro. Raymond. Oo. Mm-mm.
Okay, sa mga nanonood ng YouTube, alam ko wala ako kanina, hindi niyo ako marinig. Ano ba? Mm. Sa mga nanonood po ng YouTube, sige harapin niyo lang po ako sa Facebook. Pag-usapan po natin ng editorial writing. I'll teach you how. Just check me on Facebook, Mond Sakiwat. Kasi ayan no, Romeline, Marlon, Lorene Jane, and the unknown. Wala raw, hindi raw nila ako narinig all those times. Okay, so do we have any questions sa ating mga nandyan po ngayon? May part bang dapat i-follow sa column writing? Wala po tayong format na as in format. It's just introduction, the body, and your closing. Ganun po ang column writing. Okay? So nasa inyo na po yun on how you present it. Pero syempre, as column writer, lagi nating iniisip paano tayo babasahin ng ating readers. Kaya we still need to start strong. Okay? Kailangan malakas pa rin ang ating introduction. Okay? Putol-putol daw but they can manage. Okay, any questions? Any question? Kayo sa YouTube po, naririnig nyo na po ba ako? Magsibalik na po ating mga viewers sa YouTube. Ayun, dalawa na po mukha ko dito sa YouTube live. Naririnig nyo na po ba? Okay na daw ang sound. Okay. Yun. So if you have any question, you can find me on Facebook. That's Mod Sakiwat. Okay. You can find me on Facebook and you can ask questions directly to me. Okay? So in the past year, since 2014, I've been judging editorial dito sa CAR, especially sa regional. And I've seen your papers sa Sagada. And I think bihira na sa Sagada, sa Mountain Province. Taga dyan po pala Sagada. Taga dyan po ang aking parents. So hello po sa mga nandyan sa Sagada. Okay. Ayun po, basically, as far as I can remember, bihira po, no? Ma'am Flor, if you're there, confirm na lang po if totoo. Parang bihirang may nananalo ng editorial page or editorial writing na individual sa ating competition. Sobrang bihira. Ay, dalawa raw yung audio na naririnig.
Ako tambay eh.
Ayan, so sana po nakakuha na kayo ng inyong mga snacks and naka-refresh na po tayo, no? So for our next speaker, for feature writing, we welcome Mr. Ian Layugan, a corresponder and writer from Rappler, instructor of School of Teacher Education and Liberal Arts in University of Baguio. Everyone, again, Mr. Ian Jim Layugan. Mr. Ian. Ayan, so may technical difficulties lang po tayo, no? Para po sa mga walang audio, kindly check po yung audio po natin. If mahina po ang connection natin, we are live in YouTube. Pwede po tayo mag-stream doon para po mas less kain sa data and internet. Ayan, tuloy na po ang Sir Ian Layugan. Um, Paalala lang po ulit sa iba, yung iba po you can turn off your audio or your microphone speaker at sa iba po play ko at sana po magamit natin ang ating final output.
Oo.
So, hinihintay lang po natin makabalik ang ating feature right speaker na si Sir Ian Rayugan para po ulit sa mga nadi-disconnect dito sa ating Google Meet Live sa ating YouTube na ang link po ay nasa ating chat box. Thank you.
Ano ka?
So, again, for SPAs, hello po ulit. So, again, let me introduce our feature writing lecturer, Mr. Ivan Jim Layugan.
Hello po, good
Yeah,
morning. Hello po. Hi. I'm so sorry. I'm not really a Google Meet person. I thought we were going to use Zoom, but this is fine. Good morning. Met nga daw kinyata yung amin. Shock ni Ian. I'm an instructor at the University of Baguio. And I also write freelance. My works have appeared in Inquirer, but right now I'm working as I also freelance and I also write and take pictures for Rappler. And so the topic that is given to me for this morning, eh, um, it's going to be feature writing. Excuse me, ma'am, paano po hindi po ako makapag-share ng ng slides.
wait po, sir.
Ayan, so kamusta po tayo lahat ngayong quarantine? Sana okay lang po tayo. Um, for our lecture today po, I will be sharing, then I will be discussing first. I'm sure that most of us here, tama ba? Is it safe for me to assume na karamihan po sa atin dito ay exposed na sa feature writing, sa rudiments or sa basics ng feature? We can use the comment section po pag may mga tanong or pag may mga gusto po tayong i-share or pag umaagree po tayo. So we can thumbs up or, we can just share. Ayan, may mga first time po. Okay. I divided the talk into three. We will cover all of that in 1 hour. The first part po will be a review of the basics muna, lalo na sa mga first time. At saka yung second part po will be ano po yung mga hinahanap or kailangan nating ipakita or mga i-check ko mamaya pagdating na natin sa writing proper. And then the third part po will be a sample so that you can have an idea or you have a basis on how you can use the feature. Um Miss Dulag is sharing louder, but I'm actually on full volume here. Baka yung iba po ba, do you have the same experience? Baka yung phone po natin o yung device natin yung medyo mahina. Ayan, okay po.
Sir, you can now present po.
Ma'am, hindi ko po siya mapindot. Sabi niya, sharing has been turned off.
Wait, sir.
Sige po. Saan po tayo ngayong umaga,
Not yet.
Ma'am Sensors? Ayan, okay na, Ma'am. Okay po.
Ba't di mo lang mag-choose?
Natin yung screen. Okay na po ba yung screen? Okay na po. Okay. Thank you so much. I'll turn off my camera for while discussing so that I can focus on the slides. And then if you have questions po, I'll be dropping off every 4 or 5 slides to check on your comments or questions. So pag may mga questions po tayo or may mga gusto po tayong i-share, meron po tayong points of inquiries, ganun po. Please feel free to post in the comment section and then I'll get back on. So the presentation that I have prepared for us today, this morning, is entitled "Storytelling with Style," because the topic that is given to me by my colleagues is feature writing. Before we start po, I think may mostly po sa atin dito yung mga high school teachers or mga nasa education field. So I think this is also very exciting because this is something that we actually ask our students to do sometimes. Hindi po natin alam baka yung mga nabibigay po natin na tasks sa kanila ay pwede na po natin siyang i-classify or pwede na po natin siyang pangalanan na feature writing. And so, feature writing is more about storytelling. Kaya gusto ko po siyang tinatawag na storytelling. However, may style po siya or may mga rules po siya na dapat po nating gamitin or pwede po nating i-apply once we are writing our feature articles. So the first tip or the first advice that I would like to share this morning is about taking charge. So very important po na we are taking charge with the story that we are writing. Importante po na tayo po yung nagli-lead or tayo po yung may control sa naratibo na binibigay natin. So it's very important to share the narrative that we have to other people. So nga no ayan tayo man tata, for example, if we are in Baguio City or if we are in Sagada or we are in any part of Mountain Province or Benguet or Ifugao or the Cordilleras or the world, what's very important right now is the narrative that we have. We're able to share that. So when you are taking charge, it means that you don't stand still. You should be reading as aspiring writers or as teachers. We should be reading newspapers and magazines, listening to radio news, watching TV news, and surfing the internet. So maganda rin pong ang pinakauna po na kailangan nating gawin bilang feature writers is for us to be involved and for us also to expose ourselves to what is going on out there. Yeah. So we read we read the goings on, we expose ourselves to new things. Ano ba ang nangyayari sa national news? Ano ba yung mga sikat ngayon? So kahit na tayo po pinagdadaanan na po tayo ng panahon. We are in our, I don't know, maybe some of us here are in our 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. However, it is our duty, our responsibility as teachers and as writers to always be updated about things. Para naman we have one foot forward and one foot with whatever is from with our traditions, ano. One foot will be on who we are and what we are, our culture, our traditions, and then one foot is still also forward so that we keep track with what is the latest, so that we'll be able to respond properly and relate to our younger learners and to whatever is going on in our society. So the second tip is, I hope that everybody is reading voraciously. So it's a very strong word, ano? No voracious kung natayo ka, you are not picky. You are very open to reading a lot, and you are open minded to read any material that comes your way. So if, for example, you are very used to things that are related to your subject, ano, ganun pinangyayari sa ating mga guro, nakafocus tayo, nangyayari subject matter tayo. Pero it's also nice to get more details, more ideas, more insights by dipping our fingers also into other topics or other ideas. So writing and reading are joined at the hip, sabi nila. So sabi, Stephen King, ano, the notorious and amazing writer, thriller and horror writer, said, if you want to be a writer, you must do two things above all others: read a lot and write a lot. So good writers are always good readers. Nagsisimula po ang pagiging good writer sa pagiging good reader. Number one, dahil nakukuha po natin yung ideas, or gumagaling po tayo dahil sa dami na nababasa natin, na-expose po tayo. At pangalawa, nakukuha na rin po natin yung style, or natututo tayo sa panunulat or sa pagsusulat ng iba, at nagagamit po natin ito sa pagsusulat rin po natin. Okay, so when you are a feature writer, it's very important that we talk to anyone and everyone. Actually, especially kasi may mga nag-share po na parang first time po natin mag-feature writing. Ang news po kasi, ito yung tinatawa, ito yung parang ito yung parang katawan. Ito yung katawan ng newspaper. Pag anatomy po sana or tao, yung katawan po, yun po yung news. And then the editorial, and then the opinion columns or the sections will be the brain, or will be the cognitive part of the process. And the sports section, as my teacher used to say, yun din daw yung paa, yun daw yung, kasi active daw siya. So yung puso, yun po yung feature writing. And the heart is, of course, the most important, well, one of the most important, if not the most important part of our body, because it pumps, the oxygen, and then it pumps everything that you need for the system to function properly. And it's the same in a newspaper, or it's the same in a magazine or a news magazine, where all of the stories that we need to keep us human, or to keep us, alive and inspired and motivated and hopeful, dagit-dikit makikita tayo in feature section. So the feature section is the part where we talk about who we are, our humanity. We talk about, we read inspiring stories by other people. We read what's new. We read what is trendy. We read tips, and then we get more information and ideas about the things that are going on around the world. It is the portion that we love reading because it it balances niya, ibabalanse po niya yung mga nababasa po natin na very technical sa mga mas emotional or mas makatao na mga topics or mga subjects. So in everyday life, you meet a variety of people, like doctors, J grocery or J store, video store assistants, bartenders, our colleagues or co-teachers, parents of our students or our children or the children that we're handling, our superiors, even our neighbors. So you talk to them, show an interest in their lives, and tell them about yours, and you will be surprised where these conversations lead. Mabalin nga dagito iti pakaalaan tayo iti topics for future writing. Of course, we will not gossip or we're not going to talk about other people and say, this is the life that is lived by this person. Ito kanot inaramin na ito. But, we get inspired when we hear stories like, for example, if we have a neighbor who tells us, I was an OFW for 50 years. Kakabalik ko lang ng Pilipinas at saka ang dami kong na-discover na iba or different ngayon. That's actually a very strong story because here is a Filipino who left early in his or her 20s, and here she stayed in another country for around 50 years as an OFW, and she did not stay there. She decided to come back to the Philippines to retire, and she even says that she's going to die here. This is where she wants to die. This is where she wants to be buried. And this is a story that I heard from a friend who is a writer. It is a very interesting story because this is a unique story, a very different story that you don't really hear every now and then. So maganda siyang pwedeng gawing kwento. So you can ask the person and ask, oh, that's a very nice experience. So ano ba yung mga nakita mo na nag-iba? 'Di ba mas interesting yung 50 years, no, yung 50 years na experience niya. So these are conversations, but they can become if they agree to your story, then it can become a very good subject for a feature article. So another thing is that feature writers are more or less always drawing on their own experiences. So it is entirely legitimate to draw on your own experience for story ideas. J experience tayo mabalin ngayon sutusaran tayo for feature articles, and that's what we will be using today, especially because there are many of us here who are first-time writers or first-time in feature writing. Ang pinakamadali po na pwede nating gawing source or inspiration para sa ating write-up will be our personal stories. So every person's life opens up some possibilities even as it closes off others. Our stories are very important, okay? So I hope that the first thing that I wish everyone will feel today, this morning, is that we live up and we own our experience or our narratives. Antayo nga mababain nga i-share. We find ang challenge lang po natin ay kasi lalo na we are here in the Cordilleras, we actually go through a lot of experiences. We have very good stories. I'm sure storytelling is a very important part of our culture, and I'm sure if we have a sit down right now and I will ask everybody to share a story, I'm sure that I'm sure that there will be a lot of experiences na na i-share po natin. So, huwag po tayong mahiya, own up to your narratives, and then we take pride in it. And another one and last one is keep an ideas file. This is especially for those of us who are really keen on becoming writers nga kaya tayo nga talagang ag-dedicated to time, or we want to also see what we can do in writing. Let's keep an ideas file. Ang ideas file naman po, I think, pag teachers po tayo, parang natural na po to sa atin na dati notebook di abay tayo or kinanayon nga dati notebook or journal ije bag tayo. And for other people, although this I don't really do, clip newspapers, magazines, agka-cut out that we can become a potential idea. But for most people, it's the journal. So, isurat tayo na dati interesting na nabasa tayo or dati may narinig po tayong magandang kwento, ilista po natin ito. At pwedeng mamaya, no, pwede tayong bumuo ng kwento base sa mga ito. Feature writing, I would just like to clarify, especially sa mga first time po, feature is not fiction, ha? So, ang fiction po hindi makatotohanan. So a fiction story is fiction is short stories and novels, maikling kwento, nobela. These are, of course, it can be based on a real person, but these are not factual. The things or the details that are written down are not true. However, when you talk about feature writing, it's just telling the story of what really happened or what you observe or the things that are around us. Yun po ang feature writing. Okay? Um, before we continue, I would just like to share a simple story about taking charge. I started doing feature stories when I was in elementary. So my teacher, Sister Carmel, read my theme writing. And she was the one who told me that, oh, this is similar to feature writing, and that's how I got started, and that's how I fell in love with the section. And then when I was in college, we hold these like small gatherings. So ginagawa po namin ay parang we collect stories, or sometimes we have a small group, and then the small group comes together. It's like an Alcoholics Anonymous group. So ada kami usually mga 10 to adunti 10, mga 10 to 13 kasi siya nga umay agattend. And then we give them like a project to work on. So we give them like a topic, and then they sit around, and then they write down their stories. But sometimes we give it as a homework. And after nilang isulat yung kwento nila, we number these papers. Awan tinaga na, we don't put the name. So we number it down. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then we have a fishbowl where there are 10 numbers that corresponds to the number of papers that are submitted. And we take turns. So for example, at the first one, I go to the fishbowl, get a number, open that, and for example, it says number 8. I pick the paper that says number 8, and I'm going to read that. So hindi necessary na kwento ko yung number 8. At hindi namin alam kung kaninong kwento yung number 8. Hindi namin alam kung sino sa amin yon. There are many stories that were shared during those times that I will never forget. And there is one that stick with me most of the time, especially because the audience that we have right now are teachers. Teachers po yung mga kasama natin ngayon dito. It's a love story actually. So they take nga teacher, it was a teacher itong yung nagsulat noon yung estudyante. Tapos yung estudyante dati ng isang teacher. So ito nung bata pa daw siya, crush daw niya yung teacher niya. Kasi ang ganda-ganda daw ni teacher. She's very kind. She's very sweet, So, but usually when you are kids, right? Like usually what happens for elementary and high school students, they have a crush on their teachers. So crush daw niya yung teacher niya. So the teacher was saying, ay, bata ka pa, crush ng alam mo, ganyan. Tapos, ma'am, hindi crush talaga kita. So, the teacher is just laughing it off. Ayun. And then when the student went to high school, crush pa rin daw niya si teacher. So, the student will still drop by the school, say hello to mom, and then, hi ma'am, ganyan. And then si ma'am daw, sabi niya, ikaw talaga, joker ka, parang ganon. And then, when the student was already in college, umalis na yung student I think, so the student went to Manila for college. And then, pero the student is a very good student. Sabi daw niya kay teacher, talagang I cannot forget you, love kita, no? Can you imagine the age difference? And then the teacher said, okay, this is what we are going to do because you're always pursuing me since you were in elementary and high school. And then that student has been giving flowers, chocolates, stuff like that to the teacher since high school. So sabi ng teacher, sige, ganito ang maggawa tayo ng deal. You do well with your studies, tapusin mo yan. Because the student was taking engineering. You finish what you are doing, and then your studies, and then when you finish, and you get your license, and you start working, and you still feel the same way towards me, and I am still single, then pwede, let's give this a shot. shot or let's give this a chance because oddly the teacher remained single for all those years. After college, this is a true story. After college, the student graduated, even passed the engineering course. So tapos ko yung board exam niya. So binalikan niya si teacher, sabi niya paano yan yung deal natin, sabi mo basta graduate ako at saka lisensyado na ako, pwede na. So the teacher, because oddly she remained single, said okay, pwede. So they gave it a chance. And this is when everything went downhill. So the parents of, especially yung student dati, was very sensitive about it. They were very angry. Ano ba naman yung pinasok mo? Ano ba naman yung decision mo? Ano ba naman yung ginagawa mo? So they, galit na galit sila. So they even said, i-break mo yan or we're going to cut you off. And so the student said eventually, okay, cut me off. So wala, pinalayas nila siya, matanda ka naman na, bahala ka na. And then the teacher also, for her part, was being ostracized by the school. So they were saying, estudyante mo yan nung elementary ka, ganito, ganito. So, it's like me against the world, this very typical story of me against the world where there is this student who grew up and naging jowa na niya yung crush na teacher noon. So, eventually, they were cut off, they were disowned, people are in a way ostracizing them, so they were socially cut. So they left, they went to Manila. And then I cannot forget the last paragraph of that story because they eventually they are living well now, okay na sila. Tapos ang lakas nung last paragraph nung story niya, sabi niya, love knows no boundaries and it doesn't recognize anything that it doesn't recognize anything. Never mind that never mind that I was her student and she was my teacher. Never mind that I was younger and she was older. Never mind that she is I think 15 years parang ganon, or yeah, never mind that she is 15 years older than me. Never mind that I came from a better background and she came from a more humble background. And never mind that we are of the same gender. Did you get the story? Like, that's a very amazing story. That's a very amazing narrative. It only made sense nung tapos na. It only made sense nung nag-end na yung story. That's why it was a very big issue, especially this student falling in love with the teacher because both of them were girls. And the storyteller waited for the last line or for the last paragraph to reveal this so that everything that happened from the first to the last will make sense. And I think that's the beauty of telling stories. And that's the beauty of writing feature stories because it creates a more humanistic, or it gives us this more interesting side, this more personal and more humanistic side about the stories that are around us, no? So yung issues ng gender, issues ng wala, taob na yan. Mas maiintindihan natin yan pag feature story yung binabasa natin. Okay, so here are some of the tips that I can share that we can use or apply when we are writing. So think laterally. What does this mean? Good journalists also have a knack of writing about what is on society's mind even if society does not like to admit it. So parang yung kwento ko po kanina, ang mga journalists po ngayon, tayo rin naman bilang mga nagbabasa, we love to, even if, for example, we are not comfortable with issues or stories about these ones, same-sex relationships, parang ganon, or hindi tayo exposed, parang ganon. But we love reading about it, diba? Once it's out there and it is properly written, it's nice to read about it. And when you are writing a feature story, tell us something that we don't know. Kasi obvious na kung may mga yun nga, pag may ngayon COVID po ngayon, no, there's a pandemic, so that's what we are talking about right now in the news. That's what everybody is talking about. That's what we are exposed to. But the idea is that when you're talking about the news, it's very rigid, parang impersonal ba siya? Na parang ang layo-layo, nababasa mo siya, nafe-feel mo yung effect at saka yung impact. Pero parang hindi mo pa siya ma-digest or hindi mo pa ma-unpack yung gusto niyang sabihin. So when you think laterally, if you imagine the news and the issues of the day as a river, parang as a feature writer, kung ano yung news like the pandemic or COVID-19, you look at that issue from different vantage points. In front, behind, underneath, above, up, close, afar, and underwater. Ano yung issues ng COVID na pwede nating pag-usapan? And more especially because we are teachers, you can relate it to that. Anyati effect na ija estudyante, anong effect ng COVID sa mga bata, anong effect ng COVID sa akin na guro, anong effect ng COVID sa admin namin, anong effect ng COVID sa buong sistema, anong effect ng COVID, it's about positioning yourself in different areas. And even if the news is only one, COVID-19, feature articles will make it more interesting because we flesh out or we look for different vantage points that will make the news more in-depth or will have more meaning in our daily and personal lives. Ayan, so how do we get the creativity flowing? Here are some tips. These are the things that your stories must contain. So, importante pa rin, sabi ko po kanina, ang hindi po news writing, pero ang feature writing po ay hindi siya fiction din. So, dapat meron pa rin po yung mga details natin. So, we have the who, the what, why, when, where, and the how. And just because you are writing a feature does not mean that you can leave out these details. Very important po na dedetalya pa rin natin kung ano ba yung information ng topic natin. Ayan, peg. Baka meron po na babasa natin sa journalism or sa mga libro na peg na sinasabi, ipit. Dahito ipit, peg. Just as a news reporter needs a peg to hang their story on, ang peg natin, parang yung kwento po natin ay parang yung papel na nandirito sa slide ko. You're going to ipit or you're going to peg your story onto something. So, merong basihan dapat yung feature mo. So, avoid writing an article on a particular subject simply because the subject is there. Hindi dahil COVID ngayon, so ayan, pag-usapan natin ng COVID, ganun lang. No, rather find a reason for writing it. Give it a peg on which to hang it. So, okay, COVID is happening, pero wag lang tayo magsulat ng feature writing about people are go out, the government is doing this and that, the people are doing this and that, the doctors and the nurses or the frontliners are doing this and that. You have to find a peg. What are different pegs that I can share? You're a teacher. Why not look into how educators or education is positioned during the time of COVID-19? Why not talk if, for example, you are I wrote a short piece a few weeks ago. I have a friend, for example, who is HIV positive, and nagka-problema siya with how to get the ARV, the antiretroviral drugs that he needs, yung gamot niya. And that's an issue I think that needs to be raised. How about these people? Maraming issues na ngayong COVID dahil naka-quarantine tayo. Kawawa yung mga yun, HIV positive, yung mga magpapadialysis, yung mga kailangan magpa-PT every now and then. Tapos ito pa yung mga matatanda. That can become your peg. Meron dapat basehan yung feature story mo. And angle will be the appropriate for the subject matter, something that is interesting for the reader. So just like the image that you can see right now in your slides, you can see in here the trees through the lens of the glass or the eyeglass of the person in here. Every feature needs an angle. So the main slant or the way in which you will interpret and approach the content. So ang gagawin po natin, for example, ang topic ay non-surgical facelift, yung yung magano yung mukha mo, tumaas yung facelift so that you don't have your lines even when you are aging. So an angle would be a local beauty salon is offering treatment deemed unsafe in certain circumstances. If you're it's sort of similar to the peg, like if you are writing about COVID-19, maybe you can focus on education only, something like that. And of course, keep your facts straight. So facts are very important. Huwag po tayo mag-invent. Bawal po ang pag-invento ng ng mga detalye at mga quotes at mga tao. Dapat totoo yung mga tao. Kung ayaw mong i-share, for example, dahil sensitive, for example, yung tao ay may sakit, ayaw niyang ma-mention yung pangalan niya, pwede po tayong gumamit ng pseudonym. So you can put there, example, Maria, not her real name, is a parang ganyan. So, uh, it it's not a news article, but it still needs to be factual, okay? It must inform while entertaining. So, even the news kasi is more informative di ba? Informative talaga siya by nature. At saka ang feature naman entertaining. But even in its entertainment value, it needs to be informative as well. Okay, quotes. Quotes will bring a feature to life, and this is very important. So they lift a piece of writing, substantiate, and bring authenticity. So pag nagbabasa po tayo no, may mga quotes, parang nagiging maikling kwento yung binabasa natin kahit na totoong nangyari siya sa totoong buhay. So it brings human interest. It provides color, which I will discuss later. May drama, tsaka may humor, 'di ba? So, be careful din kung anong quotes ang mga nilalagay natin. Huwag po tayong basta-basta maglagay ng quotes para lang may masabi tayong may quotes yung article natin. You find places where you can add this. This is, of course, this will take this needs a longer training, but uh the most basic thing I can share is you can put it in the end part, so that you end with it can be your ending or it can be in the latter part, or you share an anecdote in your feature article. So for example, yung article mo ay about COVID na teacher tapos teacher ka ngayong COVID. So ano ang kwento mo? Ayan, maglagay ka ng quote. Halimbawa, may advice yung nanay mo sa'yo or yung principal mo sa'yo. That's very interesting. You can put that as a quote, and that will be very strong in the article. Okay, also make sure that hindi mahaba yung quotes natin. So, I'll show you a sample later. Keep it short, no? Very light lang. Ayan. Keep your opinions to yourself. Very important po ito. Hindi po tayo nagsusulat ng opinion article. So try to, although of course, pag the mere use of adjectives for feature article is already like an opinion. So when you say that there's a very interesting piece, so the word interesting is already an opinion, right? Because what is interesting to you may not be interesting to other readers. However, these are fine because these are just descriptive. However, you are not allowed to write your opinions in your feature article. Write an opinion article if you're going to talk about opinions. But when you're writing feature articles, remember that you are still in the mid ground. You still need to be fair and objective. So do not write your opinions there. And sometimes when an article is very opinionated, it becomes very boring. Okay, so don't do that. Ayan, ito ay simple tip lang, but you are not supposed to do this today, but maybe in your newspapers or newsletters po later on. We have here panels, boxes, and sidebars. So when you are layouting or when you are preparing your feature pages, maglagay po tayo ng mga pictures, panels and boxes, sidebars, extra information to give or to provide more details or to supplement the ideas or the facts or the subject that we have in our feature article. Keep it topical. Okay, so there are some features that begin like this. 5 years ago, Maria Santos was happy. Pero features should be topical, and 5 years ago is history. No, napakatagal na niyan. A writer might start a feature with a reference to time, but when you say that we want to keep it topical, we want it to be new. We want it to be fresh. We want it to be something that's interesting now or recently. So instead of being historical, like saying 5 years ago Maria Santos was happy, you can rewrite that with 5 years ago Maria Santos was happy with her looks. Today, she is not so sure. So you might be investigating something that happened in the past, but find a reason for writing about it now. Make it up to date. So, ang feature articles, hindi po pwedeng bulok din kasi nga news yung peg natin, news yung pinanghuhugutan natin ng feature articles. So, for example, maybe you want to share a story about your mom, maybe the best time for you to do that is during Mother's Day, something like that, right? So find a way to keep it in relevance, or keep it with the light of the day. Color, this is my favorite in feature writing. So when you add color to a feature, it does not mean sprinkling copy with adjectives and metaphors. Tayo rin po mga guro, alam na po natin ito, di ba? So pag nagpapasulat po tayo sa mga estudyante natin, even for, I used to teach creative nonfiction in the University of Baguio Science High School. And yeah, in the senior high school department, there are times when you ask grade 12 students to write personal experience, something like that, or how they were, or when they were born, something like that, or when they were kids. And the fun is that they still have this theme writing kind of writing, where they're like, uh, on the fourth day of October, on a rainy day, mga ganyan ganyan. A little John Santos was bringing his John Santos brought his wife Maria to Baguio General Hospital, and then they're going to give birth to a baby. Puro ganun yung entrada ng kwento. But it doesn't always make it more dramatic or exciting. Ang color po na sinasabi natin sa feature writing, maglagay po tayo ng detalye at saka mga description to explain the facts, to paint a picture and bring in the background. So color allows the reader to experience what you are experiencing, whether it is meeting a personality or individual, seeing a show, or tasting a meal. So detalye lang po yung kailangan. Find the right words. I also allow this with my students right now in writing. I think this is something that we can. I do not know what your opinions about this, co-teachers, but as a writer slash teacher myself, I actually allow my students to use the thesaurus. So I allow them that, or their phone. So I say, okay, find a better word for it, find a synonym for it. So instead of saying for example, this picture right here. She's wearing a bright sweater. So sometimes I say bright or a colorful sweater. So I say it's just one color, and I think bright is a dull word for this. So what are other words that you can use? You can use vibe instead of colorful or bright. You can just say vibrant. Or she was wearing a hot orange sweater. There are other more appropriate words for something, and this will add color to it. So yun po yung i-check natin mamaya pag nagsusulat na po tayo. So I have here some examples. Tingnan po natin yung description na to ni A.A. Gill, isang writer, no? So ni-review po niya yung restaurant ni Jamie Oliver noon. 15 yung pangalan ng restaurant, which begins with an account of an earlier visit to a less than salubrious Korean restaurant. Ito yung review ni Jill. Sabi niya, the waitress, a lady of uncertain age, with a face that was a sanctuary for abused makeup and a mouth big enough to swallow a fox terrier whole, smiled until her gob looked like a row of marble beach huts. This is very deep, I know, I'm sorry, but the point is, very descriptive po yung description ng review. Ay, hindi niya po niya sinabing pangit, ganon. This is what we call show not tell in writing. Do not say do not say that the table is ugly or that the girl is beautiful. You have to be very descriptive. That's how you add color. So instead of saying that the table is beautiful. Beautiful is a very lazy word. So you can replace it with the table is new and smooth, and it has a black finish that makes it look more expensive than it really is. So that's a description. That's adding more color. Do not say that it's hot. Say the sun is anong tawag dito? The sun is high, and everybody is dying to get an ice cream or a slushy. So even with this small anecdote, magigets na ng tao na ay napakainit, parang ganon. So showing and not telling is very important in feature writing. Do not say it's cold now. So it's it's 4 degrees in, or joke, it's 8 degrees in La Trinidad. um the usual sweater and jacket is not enough to keep you warm through the day. You Most of the students who are doing their online tasks or online classes in La Trinidad have to wear another layer of have to wear a layer of blanket with them, parang ganon. So be more specific, be more detailed, and I know you can do much better than I did, but it's about using more words and using better descriptions and better words when describing something. So clearly, the waitress is no oil painting, but the most damning use of color comes with Jill's assessment of the food she dished up. So ang sabi ni Jill doon sa pagkain na na-serve, it tasted slightly gamey, a soft dense meat, a bit musty. Actually, what it tasted like was cold dog's breath. Ang lasa daw nung karne nung pagkain ay parang hininga ng aso. So you don't have to have been up close and personal with the dog to know that this food is not really good, right? So ganun po yung color na sinasabi. So obviously, skilled use of colorful phrases and imagery comes with experience. So the more we write, the more we practice this, or the more we get this. But good writers become good writers by reading and learning from other good writers. So we have to start by reading first. So read a range of publications, identify the work of writers that you admire and respect, and keep a little notebook by your side. And whenever you come across a phrase or description that you particularly like, you jot it down. So over time, you will build up a bank of colorful metaphors and similes that you can draw on whenever you get stuck for words. So this is not plagiarism. The context and situation in which you employ these phrases will be different and they will take on new meanings. Huwag po tayong mahiyang manghiram or gumamit ng mga expressions or words na naririnig natin o nababasa natin. Because when you use it in your own context, your own story, your own narrative, as I've said a while ago, it becomes fresh. It becomes different. Okay, so I think we are running out of time. So allow me to share with you this a sample story. This is from Rappler. Rappler has this section called Detours from Home. And the article of this story that I'm sharing with you is Walking New Streets, Joining Raves, All from My Room. So ito ay kwento, ang Detours from Home ngayon ay mga kwento ng mga tao kung ano ang ginawa nila, pinaggagawa nila, ano ang mga natututunan nila ngayong quarantine or ngayong may pandemya at nasa loob lang tayo ng bahay, hindi tayo makagala, hindi tayo makalabas. So ang title niya, Walking New Streets, Joining Raves, All from My Room. So let's read the article. When I was younger, I used to obsess over the concept of hikikomori. Hikikomori. Hikikomori is, by definition, a group of social recluses who have isolated themselves at home for a long period of time. Growing up, I carried this fantasy of one day leaving everything behind and living alone in a small house in the woods, equipped with a fast internet connection, no less. So as you can see from the first paragraph pa lang po, first paragraph po natin, makikita po natin na nandun na po yung facts or nandun na po yung details details ng kwento. So, ganito po yung feature story. Bigay tayo ng something new or something interesting. So, eto, kahit na kwento niya, nabibigay pa rin siya ng definition or details. So, ang hikikomori daw ay mga taong recluse, mga di lumalabas, who isolated themselves at home for a long period of time. I was introverted, quote and unquote. According to personality quizzes and homebody, according to me. And so the idea of cutting ties with my circles, resisting the pressures of working at an 8 to 5, having kids, and moving to a faraway land was a recurring dream. So pangarap niyang mapag-isa at mapalayo. I kept thinking about how silly these fantasies were when the pandemic suddenly came, and the usual course of my life had stopped. In the months before coronavirus entered the scene, I was just starting to become more outgoing. I'd been making new friends, and my mood depended on how often I got to walk to the nearby park. The abrupt, hard lockdown came as a shock, and we were all forced to turn to our screens just to get a semblance of what was left behind. Diba? So everybody is, nung nasa lockdown na tayo, TV lang tayo, tsaka internet at cellphone. Funny enough, the quarantine compelled me to try something I never enjoyed before: traveling. Of course, nationwide restrictions made it impossible for me to actually go anywhere. So I went on YouTube walking tours to Akihabara in Japan, Chiang Mai, and even Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam. These streets were unfamiliar to me, but there was a sense of familiarity in the sounds of busy streets and distant chatter that brought me comfort despite being in a foreign place. So sa YouTube siya nagta-travel, no? Nag-google lang siya ng places, nanonood siya. This was just a level up version of a hobby I came up with recently, where I'd go on Google Street View to walk along Session Road in Baguio and pretend I wasn't melting under the heat of the sun in Laguna. See, so this is an example of color. Hindi niya sinabi na it's very I am walking in Session Road in Baguio and pretend that I am not in hot Laguna or in Laguna where it's hot. Ang sabi niya, I wasn't melting under the heat of the sun in Laguna. I would play music that reminded me of the cold air. Sometimes it's mabuhay singers, Ayug T, Kailukuan. Sometimes it's videos of Mongolian throat singing, while I took photographs or screenshots of sceneries. It doesn't beat the experience of physically having to walk the uphill streets of Baguio roads. But weirdly enough, I'd feel the sensation that they actually hiked for half an hour. My body's desperate attempt to forget about the present. In another surprising detour, I also joined my first ever rave in quarantine. Infinite Summer, initiated by Club Matryoshka, was a 24-hour online musical festival and fundraiser built and hosted on a Minecraft server. I only experienced the event through their Twitch stream, but I witnessed an expansive, breathtaking, and interactive world that was a perfect respite for people like me who's locked up at home. Even though I was alone in my room, I felt the vibrant energy of other people dancing to Pamsi, Meshua, Marcredito, while I span along the disco lights beaming from the star maker I bought online. So, pumaparty siyang mag-isa online. And if that wasn't already amazing enough, the festival simultaneously hosted an art exhibit entitled Internal Server Error inside the Minecraft server. I was giddy about this because it was curated by my friends at Parasite Projects, and it felt surreal seeing the works of people I knew and whose exhibits I went to before the lockdown began. It wouldn't take you more than a minute to encounter signs that read hashtag junk terror bill, which helped the venue feel safer amidst a dark, uncertain time. It was something that I so strongly desired ever since I got depressed over lockdown fever. To be in a room of like minded individuals. To be in a space that didn't feel like I had to restrain myself because there was no one to talk to, or because I was surrounded by other people who thought the only way to react to this pandemic was to shut up and be thankful. These spaces have become harder to find even on the internet, where a lot of discussions are clouded by fake Facebook accounts or people grandstanding about issues. The way these spaces are built continues to divide us, despite these platforms' promises to unify people from all over the world. While I surveyed news updates in neighboring countries who were already declared COVID free, I came across Audrey Tang, Taiwan's digital minister, who had a hand in the successful handling of the cases in their country. When asked about her job description, one of the lines she would throw at you is this: when we see virtual reality, it's our aim to make it a shared reality. True enough, the internet isn't separate from our real lives. If anything, our slow internet connection at home is just another manifestation of the state's consistent neglect. And so again and again, we go back to the streets. This is by Mac Andre Arboleda. So that's an example of a feature article that's less than 800 words, but it's very strong, telling to us the story of, being stuck in quarantine. What are the things that we do to keep sane and to be okay mentally and psychologically. So ang ganda nung ang ganda nung sharing. So it's about what are the things that I did when I was on lockdown. Ano yung mga ginawa ko, at dinidescribe niya yung mga to para tayo, kahit hindi pa natin na-experience, kahit hindi natin naintindihan ano ba tong Minecraft server na yan, na mga yan, nakukwento niya in a way that we are still able to relate to the story. So even if we do not know the specific technical details of Minecraft and all, we're able to understand that the person who wrote this, Arboleda, is doing online travel or online tours. So nagta-travel siya na ang gamit lang niya ay YouTube, ang gamit lang niya ay Google Street View, at pumaparty siya or parang nagbabar siya or nagdi-disco siya na ang gamit lang niya ay internet. Nagjo-join siya sa mga music festivals na nasa online. So this is a very good example of a feature article from a first person point of view. Okay. So before I take in questions, thank you so much for this opportunity to share. My name is Ivan Jim Nayugan. You can find me online or in Facebook. If you have questions or if you want to keep in touch for your questions or for things that are related to your topic. I understand that I'm supposed to give you a competition piece or something. Um, I want you to write your own details from home story. What are the new things that you have learned while in quarantine? So think about, try to reflect for a few minutes. Ano ba yung mga ginawa ko ngayong quarantine na unique? For me personally, it went back to reading, going back to the novels that I wanted to read, which I was not able to do so before the quarantine. And I was also trying my hand at baking, which I realized I'm not very good at. Ayun, and doing other things that I was not able to do. So that would have been me. So my question is, how about you? What are the new things that you have learned while in quarantine? So kanina, the story of Arboleda was, online travel or traveling using YouTube and Google Street View and joining music festivals. The question is, tayo naman, ano naman yung mga ano yung natutunan natin? Note that it doesn't have to be technical. So it can also be, it doesn't have to be a technical skill. Maybe you learned how to handle your students. Maybe there was because we are shifting to the new normal. Maybe there are new things that you learned about education. Baka teacher po tayo ng 10 years or more. Tapos biglang nag-iba po yung notion or idea natin ng edukasyon dahil sa quarantine. Ano yung natutunan natin doon? So hindi po siya kailangang technical, pwede rin po siyang emotional, spiritual, mga ganun po. So let's keep it short, around 800 words approximately. That's supposed to be 10 paragraphs. That's 10 paragraphs, not 10 pages. Around 10 paragraphs, but very short one. This one is, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just a short one. Apply the ideas or concepts that I shared or discussed. Higher score for a unique angle, peg, and color for the words, show, not tell. And it must be in the first person point of view. And maybe you can use this for your classes in the future, or maybe you can also have it published soon. All right, so ayun po, thank you so much. If you have questions or clarifications, I'll be happy to answer them.
Ayan. So, thank you, Sir Ian. So, kung wala na po tayong question, let's proceed to news writing. So, in news writing po, makakasama po ulit natin si Sir Nan Borromeo because Miss Joanna Aglibot was sent for a coverage in an AITA community for a breaking news. So, magbabalik po ang Sir Nan Borromeo para sa ating news writing. So, hintayin lang po natin siya and we'll have our news writing lecture. Thank you, Sir Ian.
Thank you so much po. For the presentation, I can share it with Sir Raymond, and then they can pass it to you later on. Thank you so much. Have a great day, everybody.
Ayan, so let's welcome again Mr. Nan Borromeo for our news writing lecture.
Magandang umaga pa, no? Magandang tanghali. This is going to be quick lang na more of a basic or refresher na rin to most of you. I'm sure meron na tayo lahat pare-parehong background on this, but as I've said, more of a refresher. I was not able to talaga prepare some slides, but meron akong resources na ipapakita. I dealing on one event, basically one event, same characters, but different news organizations had different takes on that. But before we go into that, as I've said, news writing for print. The basic there is yung tinatawag na inverted pyramid format or form, no? Inverted pyramid, nakabaliktad na pyramid na triangle. Why? It has been the classic format of news writing for print. Sa inverted pyramid, meaning yung sa pinakataas na info mo or detail would be the most important thing. Yun yung pinaka-lead mo, yun yung pinaka-importanting balita na kailangan mong sabihin from what you have gathered after you have made your news gathering part, no? Doon mo ilalagay yung pinaka-importante. And then, when you see yung pyramid, di ba, palit ng palit siya. Ang ibig sabihin lang nun, as your news or story progresses, the least important details go at the bottom, no? But of course, hindi naman ibig sabihin it's the least important detail. Wala na rin siyang saysay. Otherwise, don't put it in your story na kung talagang wala naman siyang kinalaman doon. Another, next to that inverted pyramid, ang crucial doon is the top part of the inverted pyramid, which is the lead. Yung iba would compete with ano bang mas unang dapat ginagawa? Should it be the lead or the headlines? I think when you write a story, it should be the lead muna, no? And then in my process kasi, although I really don't have that much experience sa print writing, but more on broadcast news writing, ang process is writing the piece first, the story, with the lead. Yun ang magdadrive sa inyo eh. Yung lead ang magdadrive sa story na isusulat or sa report na gagawin natin. And then when we get the entire when we're done with our piece, with our article, with our news item, then we can see how we can craft yung paggawa ng headlines, because sometimes makukuha mo yun from the lead itself because it's really the story, or sometimes sa pagsusulat mo there is something na very interesting in that article na siyang gagawin mong lead. But minsan din, because you have chosen that particular detail sa storya mo, you already have the lead and the headline all at the same time. What am I saying? Gusto kong i-example yung isang news item na iba-ibang take ng tatlong news outlets, no, like Philippine Daily Inquirer, the Philippine Star, and the ABS-CBNnews.com. Ito na ang closest nating example to print writing. When we say print writing today, we still mean the newspapers, diba, and the magazine. But right now, the closest to the print media is yung online version ng mga traditional media natin. I picked this story because Ali, pwede bang ma-share yung screen? Ali? Hello, Ali? Can I share yung screen para mapakita ko lang yung article? Ali? Pa-share lang ng how do you share the screen here? Ay, okay, okay. Ito. Wait. Teka, sasarahan ko ang aking camera. Sasarahan ko lang po camera ko para nasa screen din tayo. Wait. Nakikita nyo na po what's on screen? Hello po. Yan na. Okay. This is about the visit of National Security Advisor ng US na si Robert O'Brien. It's the same event where he yung turnover ng mga military equipment VFA, extension ng VFA. Then ABS-CBNnews.com parang somewhat similar with the Inquirer thing. I mean, we got your back. U.S. Security Advisor tells Philippines amid political developments in America. Sa tatlong ito na example natin ng pag-headlines, itong sa Philippine Inquirer is what you would say medyo not naman minamaliit natin or what, but this is more like parang tabloid style ang pagkaka-headline dito ng Philippine Daily Inquirer. Why? And yung ginamit niya is attribution to a US official. Why? Normally kasi, like with Philippine Star, longer extension of VFA sought. Yung headline niya, pagdating mo sa lead, kita mo na agad. After voicing appreciation for Manila's suspension of its termination of the VFA, Robert Bryan requested for a longer suspension of at least a year to allow, ayun na eh. So, hindi niya brinake yung thought from the headlines to the lead. So there's nothing wrong with that. That's the conventional way actually of doing it, no? Pero especially for broadsheet papers, broadsheets papers like the Philippine Star, and even the Inquirer is a broadsheet paper, pero iba yung style niya ever since talaga sa paggagawa ng headlines. Kasi if you read this, ayan, sinasabi niya, all resources in West Philippine Sea belong to the Philippines, according to US official. Pero pagdating mo rito, hindi mo pa siya makikita agad sa lead sentence pa lang. Okay? Visiting US National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien has reiterated the United States support for the Philippines' fight for control over the West Philippine Sea. Actually, pareho siya rito. That lead could be this the ABS-CBN's lead also. So kung titingnan mo ito, kaya halos magkapareho sila. So saan nanggaling yung headline ng Philippines ng Philippine Daily Inquirer? Babasahin mo ngayon sa ilalim at nandito pa siya. I think a sentence before the story ends. Nando doon. As to why ganyan yung structure niya is probably for to sustain yung reader in reading the entire article. Kasi kung ibibigay na nga naman niya dito yung sa lead pa lang, yung ibinigay niya sa headlines, o di tapos na, hindi na niya babasahin what else is there. Because apart from that headline na ginawa niya, may iba pa namang detalye which probably the writer, the reporter thinks is still important na malaman din ng public. Now, so yan yung hindi naman masama rin yung ginawa ng ng Inquirer dito, but normally makikita mo yung ganyang style when you read tabloid newspapers, especially yung mga entertainment items na ang headlines talagang kumbaga ngayon kung tawagin natin sa new media, tawag dito anong tawag doon, yung clickbait, parang clickbait kung tutuusin mo. Actually, this is like clickbait kasi especially between the among the three headlines, kung tutuusin natin, the headline ng Philippine Daily Inquirer is the juiciest one kasi it interests a lot of us, di ba? Oh, nawala yung item. Anyway, but with the Philippine Star headline, na longer extension of VFA, somehow ang connection nito is just with probably the policymakers, mga government officials na but ang underlying implication nito is also has also an effect on us kasi longer VFA extension would mean longer training with the US military in securing our international borders and keeping us all safe. So, kailangan mo pang i-proceed ng ganong kahaba for us to appreciate yung headline na yon. Now, for American lovers, Filipino-American lover Filipinos who love the Americans, this headline naman is what would interest them, di ba? Meaning the US is with us, it supports us and has our back whatever happens. Mas focused ang article ng ABS-CBN doon sa mga benefits na matatanggap ng Pilipinas, especially when it comes to conflict with China over the West Philippine Sea. Ngayon, the point here is, lahat ito happened in this same event, same characters, same ano, but nag-iba-iba ang take. And I think for me, I mean, working also for television, I would go for the angle na pinili ng Philippine Daily Inquirer, because just saying that all resources belong to the Philippines in the West Philippine Sea is enough statement to say, to prove that it's a concrete proof that the US really backs us up or supports us when it comes to the West Philippine Sea. Anyway, issue. Balik na lang ako sa ano, and baka rin maubusan tayo ng oras, no? So, stop sharing. Okay. Next, so is the of course, alam na natin yung 5 W's and 1 H. Ano yung 5 W's and 1 H in news writing? That's the what, where, when, who, why, and how. Sa examples na pinakita ko, basically yung lead, sa lead natin pipiliin yun no? If leads. Okay? With the examples na pinakita natin, those are examples of both who, which is the visiting US National Security Advisor, and what. Ano yung naging purpose niya, ano yung naging stand niya. Ito lang, remember when we put together yung all the, like yung what, where, when, what, who, where, and when. Normally ang order is ganon. When we write it, the when is always nasa dulo. When mauna yung where. When in doubt, sa pagsusulat ninyo, you will include the where and when of whatever news item. It is usually the standard na mauna yung where before the when. Okay? The why and the how, ito na yung ito yung mga questions that gives full context sa storyang ginagawa natin, sinusulat natin, or isusulat natin, ano? Dito sa Philippine Daily Inquirer item, visiting U.S. National Security Advisor O'Brien reiterated United States support in Philippines' fight for control over the West Philippine Sea. So it's the West Philippine Sea issue. O'Brien welcomed ito is an incidental. Advisor led event. So we stand with the Philippines. Ito yun. We stand with the Philippines in protecting your sovereign rights, your offshore resources, and all those rights that are consistent with international law. Now, dun sa header nito na all resources in the West Philippine Sea belong to the Philippines, sabi niya nga, no, it belongs to the children and grandchildren of the Filipino people. Why? Because they don't belong to some other countries just because they may be bigger than the Philippines. They can only come, take away, and convert the resources, but they still are owned by the Philippines. Although dito wala siyang why, na yung talagang why, ang magiging why dito, to answer the why in this story, bakit ganito ang support ng US, and he's even that brave to say na they belong to the Philippines. That would be ano that that would cause the ire of China, pero wala siyang pakialam because why? Because matagal na talagang yung support ng US sa Philippines. Hindi ko sinasabing walang kapalit, but talagang they see us as strategic partner because tayo ang nasa kumbaga gateway ng Southeast Asia. So may benefits din sila, may advantage din sila in pleasing us. Plus remember doon sa articles ng Philippine Star na which is focused on seeking longer VFA extension, ano, could be they're trying to parang maglangis or mag-please ang ating government so that they can have what they want also. Kasi for now, 6 months lang muna yung extension bago finally i-abrogate yung VFA. So they want it sana 1 year. So they're trying to, kumbaga, I'm not saying binobola tayo ng Amerika rito, but of course, we would agree na talagang atin naman yon, and most of us would talaga. Anyway, I hope I'm still making sense, ha? So, balik na lang tayo pa sa basic. I-run through ko na lang. If there are any questions, raise nyo na lang right now so that we can deal with it na. Anyway, more on the writing, no? So, about isang importante, especially in print writing, is yung attributions and quotes, no? Some reminders on doing quotes, no? Always quote, especially yung mga statement. I believe si Ivan, nabigay na rin niya yung importance kanina sa feature writing ng making quote. But especially yung mga dangerous na statement na sinasabi ng mga in-interview ninyo, when I say dangerous is minsan may nasasabi sila that pag hindi natin na-attribute sa kanila talaga, tayo ang babalikan ng mga tao, especially mga controversial issues, may inakusahan sila, may nasabi sila, halimbawa, that this politician, ito ay incompetent. Mayor so-and-so is an incompetent mayor and has caused more trouble to our city than benefits, parang ganon, ano? Yung that you have to really make a direct quote dun sa tao nagsabi. Minsan kasi when we write, nalo-lost sa readers natin, won't be able to to see it right away na hindi tayo ang nagsabi nun, di ba? Kundi somebody else. We just reported what they said. So be mindful of making quotation, giving attributions to statements. Hindi naman lahat ng isusulat natin will have to be quoted, ano? Because parang nag-transcribe na lang tayo. Recently, may isang incident when the president had his weekly press briefing or whatever. May isang journalist na medyo na bash on social media because kumbaga verbatim lahat ng sinabi ng presidente, tweet siya ng tweet without giving any context dun sa sinasabi. But somehow that is really actually part ng nung tinatawag nating that we journalists should be objective in what we do. So that's the objective part. But other sectors, other groups didn't find it very helpful because unang-una according to them maraming hindi totoo na binabanggit ang Pangulo, and then for a reputable news organization and respected journalists to be just not just parroting, but uh, not even echoing paano natin i-describe yun. Just putting it there as he is as the president was speaking was medyo kulang no. Anyway, that's still open for debate for future but when we quote people, kailangan that also that protects us also as journalists from whatever trouble na pwedeng mangyari from that uh, statement. Okay? Now, sa format naman for paragraph quotes, minsan we really have to quote long statements in our articles. Na if it's a paragraph quote that would have at least 2 or 3 sentences sa format, you only put the quotation marks sa beginning and end of the entire quotation. You don't put the quotation marks in every paragraph. Okay? Kung isang paragraph, in every sentence na nilalayout natin, only at the beginning, and again, kung 3 sentences yung quotation mo, and nakaseparate siya into paragraph line, dun sa first sentence would be the open quote, and close quote would be on the third. Okay? Now, reminder lang din also that all direct quotes should be clear, concise, relevant, and effective. As I believe si Ivan banggit na niya na the quotes bring the story to life, because we know that meron talagang mga taong involved. We're not just making up our item, our news story, our article. Merong mga totoong taong nagko-contribute dun sa progression ng pagsusulat natin. And probably last would be format on numbers. Reminder lang din sa when we write numbers sa ating mga news item, we have to mention numbers. The standard is that you have to spell out from 0 to 9. From 0 to 9, number 10 above, you have to write in figures. There are some exceptions minsan if there's a double digit, say 15. Pero yun ang first word or the beginning of your sentence in your news item. So yun ang exception lang. No, you can spell it out. Normally you really have to spell it out. But if the number is like 1,435,356, you don't have to spell it out. Talagang figure na isusulat mo doon, even if it is at the beginning of your sentence. But ang isang alternative doon is for you to round off that number. So instead of saying 1,435,000, so that you can write them in words, you'll say at least or 1.5 million or something, di ba? So yun, unless there's still something else that you want to know or want to ask me, for now, dito na muna magtatapos po itong ating short refresher on news writing. Meron po ba kayong mga tanong? Or meron kayo hindi naintindihan or baka hindi nyo naintindihan the whole thing. I hope I made sense. Oh, thank you po. I'm going to know si Bernadette. Maraming salamat po sa pakikinig.
Can you hear me? Ayan, can you hear me? Ayan, naimbag nga adlaw. Hello po sa inyong lahat. Paano ko sila makikita, Raymond? Good morning po sa inyo. Mon, paano ko sila makikita? Gusto ko silang makita, pwede ba? Or hindi yan posible? iPad. No way na makikita ko sa kanila. Magdadanda. Anyway, I really want to interact with everybody po. Good morning po sa inyo. Please send me your messages kasi I can see your messages here. Si Raymond ho, kasama ko po sa ABS-CBN and very short notice yung sinabi niya sa akin kagabi. And I wish I could have prepared better to be with you this morning. Siguro kunin ko lang po itong pagkakataong ito. First of all, to commend our teachers. Unfortunately, I cannot see your faces. I wish I could. I want to commend everybody because lahat po kayo, alam ko, sobrang nagtatrabaho para sa isang bokasyon na ginagawa po ninyo para sa inyong mga mag-aaral. So, yun po muna ang pinakamahalaga ngayon. Maybe if I can say anything, just to give you a pat on the back at palakpakan po kayo dahil sa ginagawa po ninyong serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan at sa ating mga mag-aaral. We're talking about campus journalism. At a time like this, na sobrang challenge tayong lahat, kumbaga po sa boxing, nasuntok na tayo sa panga, nasuntok pa sa Manny Pacquiao, nakikita ko ho, sobra tayong bugbog sarado ho, mga kapamilya. And we know that sunod-sunod pong bagyo ang dumating sa ating buhay. Baka kayo rin ay challenge po sa inyong trabaho. I hope sa teaching profession ay hindi naman po nyo na-encounter yon. Siguro pati sa inyong mga pamilya, I'm sure naramdaman rin naman ninyo yung bagyo dyan po sa inyong mga lugar. At alam natin sa mga darating mga araw, meron pang mga bagyong dumarating. At a time like this, we're talking about stories. And siguro, I am hoping that coming from you, mga teachers, that we can share stories that inspire, especially at a time like this. Stories that will uplift one another. Kaya dahil alam natin sa panahon pong ganito, yan po ang kailangan natin. Mga kwento ng bayanihan, tulungan ng ating mga kababayan, kwento ng mga the triumphs of the human spirit. Yan po ang kailangan natin. Lalong-lalo na nga po at magpapasko pa man din. So if I can also say that if you can share stories of faith and resilience. And I know that these stories are quite common in Mountain Province. Of all places, I am very proud of Mountain Province dahil kilala po tayo for being resilient. Sabi nila naro-romanticize daw ang resilience. I feel that we are not romanticizing it. I feel that resilience is really a virtue. Lalong-lalo na ho dahil kailangan talaga ang resilience sa buhay. Aminin na natin, kailangan natin yung tawa, it gets us through the toughest challenges in our lives, di ba? Yung tawa, yung ngiti, importante po yan. Yung bayanihan, importante po yan. Ito yung mga kwentong nagsastrive tayo at alam natin, kaya natin nalalampasan yung mga matinding pagsubok. But on the other hand, kailangan po natin, of course, let us never cease to hold people accountable, especially those who are in power. Actually, hindi lang yung in power Maski tayo, we should be accountable. Dapat ho accountable yung mga officials natin, lalo na ho yung mga budget natin. Alam natin, limitado, sana gastusin ho ng maayos. But at the same time, each one of us is accountable. Sa panahon rin pong ito, ang nakikita ko lamang, hindi para magturo on others on how they should be accountable. We should ask ourselves, papaano tayo magiging accountable doon sa ating kinalalagyan in our teaching profession, and now doon rin naman sa mga kasama natin, the school journalists, the campus journalists. Kung ano man po ang ating mga vocation sa buhay, sana manamnam natin kung gaano kahalaga ang inyong ginagawa sa panahong ito. So I hope mga teachers, wherever you are, I believe madami-dami po kayo. Sana ho, wag kayong mapapagod sa inyong commitment to serve our country, to serve our youth. Dahil yan po ang kailangan natin sa mga panahong ito. We need to inspire, and we also have to hold each other accountable. But before I go, ang cute lang dito, pampagood vibes. So, Uni, sumama ka dito. Uni, come here. May papakilala po ako sa inyo. Pampag-good vibes lang natin dahil tayo naman ay naka-work from home at Google Meets from home. Si Uni po ay mag-hi. Hi po! Hi, teachers! Hi, teachers! Ayan po. Ito po ang aking anak. Kumakamot sa paa ko. But anyway, ayan po. I'm sure nangyayari rin sa inyo yan, sa inyong pagtuturo. Biglang may pumapasok na ng mga lilit, ng mga asawa, ng mga gawaing bahay, lahat pinagsasabay-sabay sa panahong ito. I hope nagagawa po rin yung health po ninyo, wag po ninyo pababayaan. Wag po kayong bibigay. I know it's quite a challenge nowadays. Lalong-lalo na alam nyo maraming umaasa. Pero ang tatandaan nyo po mga ma'am, mga sir, marami pong umaasa sa inyo, pero tayo naman po, pwede rin naman tayong magsandalan sa isa't isa. So, yeah, practically ends my message to everybody. I wish I could see most of you if you have questions, but I don't know how to entertain your questions because I can't see anything. Yon, kay Ma'am Lori and Lori Jane Lasiste, hello, good morning po sa inyo. Thank you very much mga ma'ams and mga sirs for your time. Raymond, hindi ko sila makita, nalulungkot ako dahil you don't get the reaction and I don't see faces here. Ay ma'am, wait, nakagawa ako ng kanta. Pakinggan nyo ha. Alam ko na, parang nakakuha ko ng message parang nasa YouTube na yata. Tingnan ko nga. Ma'am, nakabuo po. For Friday release pa pala. Lalabas po tayo sa YouTube. Yung nabuo po nating kanta, Yakapin ang Pasko. So, whenever you feel drained, whenever you feel alone, pinakamahalaga po talaga sa panahong ito is to remember the promise of Christmas. So, palagi may pag-asa, palagi may liwanag. It may not come soon. We just have to be very patient po dahil mangyayari po yan. Because it's the promise of Christmas. So, yakapin po natin ang Pasko. Can I just play the song? I-play ko na lang dito, ganyanin ko. Sige, tayo lang ha. Magkwento ka lang. By the way, habang hinahanap ko to, this song was na-complete natin in a week's time, ma'am. In a week's time natin nabuo, the melody just came to us and then nabuo natin yung lyrics through the generosity of Homer Flores. Ano po to, ma'am? Mga sikat na mga taga-asap yan, talagang mga sikat sila ng mga musical director. Tinulungan nila tayong mag-arrange but the music and the lyrics are inspired by everybody. So yan po yung kwento. And bigla akong naging recording artist at abangan nyo, nag-guest rin tayo sa ASAP. Oh my gosh. Ito na ha, hinahanap ko lang sa phone ko. Thank you rin po. Hinahanap ko yan, yan. Eto na, malapit na. Maririnig nyo ba? Ma'am, makinig kayo ha. Pwede ko i-rewind. Rewind ko lang ha para mas maayos. Okay, ayusin ko. Ladies and gentlemen, kayo po ang unang makakarinig ng kumpletong awit natin. Mga taga-korde, thank you very much. Nakilig naman ako ng mga kababayan ko pa unang makakarinig ng awit natin publicly. Ito na po, makinig po kayo. Ang Yakapin ang Pasko, music and lyrics by Bernadette Dominguez Sembrano Aguinaldo. Dominguez po, taga Mountain Province. Para po sa inyo, Yakapin ang Pasko, arranged by Homer Flores. sa pagsikat ng umaga, tayo pa rin ang magkasama. O diba, si Uni, umi-eksena ka naman. Lagi sa Pasko, dahil kay Kristo siya sa puso. Pasko sa ating puso. Maganda. Ay, naku, sumabay kayo. Pasko sa ating puso. Tayo pa rin ang magkasama. Ngayon mo lang narinig? Oh, ayan na kompleto. Ay. Thank you. Thank you. Ayan, at natutuwa ako dahil actually first time siyang na-air. And I'm happy. I believe that there are no accidents. I'm just happy na nagkaroon tayo ng chance kasi minessage mo rin ako kagabi. Kagabi after TV Patrol po ako tinawagan itong kaibigan ko. Sabi ko sa kanya, wala kang makuha, no? Sabi ko sa kanya. But anyway, maraming sa... Oh, ma'am, tingnan mo. Ma'am, last minute ako sinabihan. Pero okay lang, ma'am. At least, meron tayong pagkakataon. Yes, ma'am, balang araw, -1 na po itong kakantahin natin. May mikropono pa akong hawak na ganyan. Aaralin natin. Ha? Nakakaakit akong Baguio. Paminsan-minsan. But anyway, hopefully soon po. But for now, I give you a song. So pakinggan na po muna ninyo yung kanta. Totoo naman, kasi I miss hugging people and seeing people because of the quarantine. And that was the best that I could do really, was to come up with a song na salamat rin sa Diyos dumating yung music. Because it's my way of giving comfort to you, even if I can't be with you. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. So yan po, kaya ganyan po yung lyrics na ipahatid po natin sa inyo. Hopefully someday, but for now, you have music Ayan, at parang lagay niyo ako sa kama niyo, parang katabi ako, 'di ba? Parang kinakantahan ko lang kayo. O 'di ba, pag nilagay niyo sa tenga niyo, parang binubulungan ko lang kayo, 'di ba? But anyway, gano'n ang galing ng music. So actually, it's such a great gift. It's such a great gift that happened to me during quarantine. Actually, since last year, but now we have music. Last year, it was just lyrics, but now we have music as well. We have melody, and I have to thank God for that because we are able to share His message of hope through music. So, thank you very much, Mon. If you have messages for me, Mon, email mo na lang sa akin and maybe I can also reply. You can also email me po at sideb@gmail.com. Tapos, yung ating YouTube ng ating Yakapin ay ang Pasko, lalabas daw this coming Friday. So, wow, may YouTube at alam ko lalabas din sa Spotify. Wow! Natuwa, ano? Parang recording artist na ako, ma'am. Oo. Songwriter pa. Lahat naman tayo lumalabas ang kung ano-anong talent, di ba? Pati sina ma'am. O sige ma'am, thank you very much. Overtime na po ako. Thank you, happy eating. Sorry, I can't see you. You're welcome. I can't see anybody. O sige, send mo sa akin. Ma'am, ngumiti kayo para makita ko rin yung mga picture nyo. Ngingiti na po ako. O sige, everybody now. Magre-request din ako. O sige mo. May request ako. Kung naririnig niyo ako, mag-group hug tayo. Paano ba mag-group hug? Ganyan. Kailangan makita ko sa picture na kaganyan kayo, ha? Group hug! Everybody now, mga ma'am. Game. Ma'am, ha? Alam nga, pag mag-isa ako dito, kahabulin ko talaga kayo. Ma'am, hug nga, hug. Ano ba? Virtual lang natin magagawa. Bakit yung isang hug no nakaisa lang? Dalawa ang hug, di ba? Ba't isang braso lang? Nakikita kita. Hello, saan ka naman nakakita may hinag ka ganyan? Game hug. Hug, ayan! Hugging time. Love you all. Salamat po ng marami. Wait, I need to say, kailangan ko mag-thank you in Ilocano. May agyamanak. Tama ba? Iyamanak. Yaman. God bless you. Ano yung I love you nga sa atin sa Ilocano? Wala kang ina-I love you eh. Raymond, ano ba yan? Ha?
Ayaten ka, sir.
Ay, ayaten ka.
Ay, ayaten ka.
Ay, ayaten ka. Ay, ay, ayaten ka. Oo, alam ko na. Pwede ba magsabay-sabay mo? Ay, ayaten ka. Ay, ayaten tapos hugging time. Ayaten ka.
Ayaten ka.
Ay, ayaten da kamat, ma'am.
Salamat po ng marami. Thank you.
Salamat din, ma'am.
Yung hug ko ha, gusto ko send mo sa akin, Mond ha, para may remembrance ako with them. Salamat. Salamat po. Bye-bye. Thank you po. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Salamat din po.
Replace Michelangelo Di Maayang presentation with your skin screen. Replace Akalo Jay speaker. My God.
What do you mean?
Saanin? May click-click diya.
I-replace mo.
Ha?
Sabay bayag kami. Tapos naman, kita eh. Na kasi ano pa. Tapos tanungin dak noon niya niya seminar dito. Ano ko gam amu. Tagal. Tagal. Awan mit lang speaker.
Agdam.
Sikat di madingding.
Delikado.
Ayan, hello po sa ating mga teachers. Good afternoon po. Ayan. We hope na nakapag-lunch na kayo dahil marami-rami pa ang ating mga susunod na speakers. So, while we waiting, later we are after this break, nakakasama natin ang isang speaker natin to talk for science and technology. Ayan. So, hintayin din natin yung ilan sa ating mga kapwa guro na wala pa dito. Ayan. Hintayin natin yung ating mga kapwa kaguruan na mag-join uli sa ating Google Meet link. Pwede nyo na rin po silang i-PM or i-chat para makapag-join na po sila. Ayan, kasi medyo umonte po tayo dito. So, hinihintay natin yung ating susunod na speaker para sa science and technology topic. So, hintayin lang natin ng kaunti para at para magkaroon din tayo ng pahinga kasi simula kaninang early ng umaga talagang ano tayo dito. Nakatutok tayo. So, let's wait for our next speaker. That's science and technology writing. Isa to sa mga talagang hindi gano'n napagtutuunan ng pansin no. Kumbaga parang karamihan sa ating mga writers karamihan ay news writer or editorial writers. So this time para mabigyan tayo ng onting insights, 'di ba? Para mabigyan tayo ng onting what you call this? Magkaroon tayo ng onting knowledge ng mas malalim pa sa ating susunod na topic. So hinihintay natin yung ating speaker. By the way guys, to our teachers, kumusta naman po? I mean, yung learnings po ba na, I mean, na-blanko ako. Kaya mahalaga pong nakakain po ang ating mga kaguruan para at least kapag may nag-talk na ituloy-tuloy na tayo. Walang mamimintis, walang mamimiss na knowledge from our speakers. Ayan, nagbabalikan na sila ma'am at sirs. Thank you po. Hintayin lang po natin ng kaunti yung iba pa nating mga kasama. at habang hinihintay na rin natin yung ating mga speaker. Paumanhin po, no? Kasi minsan nagkakaroon tayo ng mga technical difficulties dahil syempre isa to sa mga disadvantages ng online platform. So magkakala rin kasi ang ating mga speakers. Merong nandyan sa Mountain Province, nandito sa Manila, sa Quezon City, Pampanga. So kalat-kalat po ang aming team. So medyo nagkakaroon po ng problema sa iba pang sa iba pang mga detalye ng ating event. So umanhin po sa mga ilang technical difficulties na nangyayari, especially sa YouTube. I think maraming nawalan ng audio kanina. Yun. So inaayos na rin po namin 'yan para syempre mai-serve po namin ang quality ng event na to. So, 'yan. I-update po natin ang ating speaker if nandiyan na siya. Pwede na rin na po nating sabihan ng ilan nating mga kasamahan na na pumunta na sa ating link. Ayan yung link ng ating YouTube video. Hintayin lang natin sa ating ilang facilitators. So, yan. Isisend na lamang po sa ating chat dito sa Google Meet yung link. Hintayin lang po natin ang ilan sa ating mga facilitators para ibigay yung link. Ayan, at naisa na po yung link. Maaari nyo po siyang kunin. Nandito po sa ating chat na sa Google Meet. Yan po yung link ng ating YouTube live streaming. Sa mga hirap po na makapag-access dito sa Google Meet, pwede po kayong pumunta sa ating YouTube live streaming. Yan, good PM po sa ating mga bagong dating na SPA. Habang hinihintay po natin ang ating next speaker, standby po muna tayo. Pwede po tayong kumain ng kumain pa, syempre. So, hintayin lang po natin ang ating next speaker. Sa mga hindi po kayang makapag-access ng ating Google Meet, pwede po kayong pumunta sa ating YouTube live streaming.
Tinatinote open na. Bakit nawala ang naka-in na po kami. Kinap mo na may din mo. Right.
And
Ma'am Veronica,
while we waiting,
paki-mute please. Ma'am Veronica Basal.
ayan po. Ayan, we encourage po ang ating mga SPA to please mute your microphones po. So, habang hinihintay natin yung speaker natin, yan. So, we hope everyone is, nakamute po ang microphone. Si Ma'am Basilia Andong po, paki-off po ng microphone para po hindi po tayo magkaroon ng feedback. And then si Ma'am Veronica Basal, paki-mute po ng inyong microphone. Nasa babang part po ng inyong device, makita niyo po yung parang symbol ng mic and pindutin niyo lang po yon para po mag-mute po yung audio ninyo. So, kinokontak na po namin yung ating speaker. So, hintay lang po tayo ng onting-onti lang po para at least gamitin na lang natin ito as our break pansamantala kasi medyo matagal-tagal tayong nakatutok sa ating mga device. So, hintayin po natin sila. Pwede po muna kayong kumain. Sa mga hindi pa po kumakain, good afternoon po. Ayan, okay. So, magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. At para sa ating Science and Technology writing seminar, makakasama natin si Lawrence Pakatang, isang Science and Technology writer at isang graduate ng Eugenio Lopez Junior Center for Media Arts. So, ating po siyang, ayan, andito na po siya. Hello po, sir.
Hello po. Hello,
Ayan,
good afternoon
ayan.
po.
Good afternoon everyone. Ayan, kuya, sa'yo na po ang floor. Pwede na po kayo
Okay.
makapag-discuss.
Okay po, thank you. Wait lang po, prepare ko lang po yung aking So yun, okay naman po ba yung signal? Rinig naman po ba ako ng maayos?
Yes po, clear po.
Okay po. Okay, so good afternoon po. My name is Lawrence Pakatang and yun po, currently taking Bachelor of Public Administration in University of the Philippines, Diliman, and graduated po ako. I graduated from Eugenio Lopez Junior Center for Media Arts Senior High School. And yun nga po, magbibigay ako ng konting tips about science writing, and actually part po ako ng pioneer batch, if yun po yung perfect itawag doon, kasi it was launched when I was grade 8. So nung nag-start yung science writing, yun din po yung point na nag-start din ako as a science writer. And yun po, magbibigay ako ng some tips today regarding science writing, and this was actually a compilation of the trainings I've been through sa different divisions and regions na napuntahan ko po. Pinag-compile ko and hopefully maging helpful siya for today. So yun, it will just be an introduction, execution ng science writing, plus types and forms of science writing tinatawag. We are going to talk also about the parts of a science article, and then may conclusion, and if there are any questions, open din naman po. So for the first section, yung introduction, we have here science writing. It's writing about the scientific subject matter in a non-technical manner for an audience of non-scientists. So this is in according to Dr. Richard Nordquist last 2006. And actually, if i-look or check mo kayo ng meanings for science writing, ito yung pinaka-common na binibigay. Kasi ito yung pinaka-simplest definition niya. Kasi as a science writer, the role of the science writer is to bring down or going layman's term, yung mga technical jargons, and bring science closer to the public. Kasi most of the time nga po, yun, when we say science, masyadong malayo sa tao kasi masyadong technical, ang hirap intindihin. So, yun yung role karaniwan ng science writer, to bring science closer to the public. So ayun, ito yung some of the samples na makikita. Actually, rampant naman siya sa internet, maraming klase, pero different siya when it comes to competitions and school papers. Kasi mas malaya yung, parang sa na-notice ko, mas malaya yung nasa industry na compared to sa mga competitions and sa school papers na gina-judge every year. So yun, execution of science writing. Actually, diniscuss to sa amin when I was in grade 10, actually, by Dr. Manuel Zacarias. If familiar kayo sa kanya, may book siya about science writing. And sinasabi kasi doon na we have science writing as a general term, pero in different parts of the Philippines, we do have science and health writing, science and technology writing, science writing. It differs, depende dun sa judge and sa division kung ano yung pinaprioritize nila. Kasi when I was in Bulacan pa, ang pinaprioritize nila is science and technology writing. But when I transferred to Quezon City, they are more into science and health. And well, I guess ang important note dito is dapat maging prepare si contestant and si coach kahit anumang klaseng topic ibigay. So for example nito is yung Science and Health Writing. The first one, or the title written there is Oxford and AstraZeneca say their COVID-19 vaccine works too. So, yun, Science and Health Writing. Usually, magdidels lang siya about sa health. Polio, COVID-19, kung ano yung pinaka-latest issue about health. And ang goal niya lang talaga is to inform the public what to do, how to avoid this, and if there's any available treatment or cure. Yun lang yung karaniwang content ng science and health writing. While in the science and technology writing, um, yun, more on technology nga siya as given na sa pangalan niya. Pero usually, kapag ganitong klaseng form or execution ng science writing, mas prefer or ang karaniwang binibigay na topic is more on climate change and Filipino inventions na magagamit sa pag-deal ng climate change or para ma-mitigate yung effects niya. And then, kung ano yung mga latest inventions na meron ng Filipinos. Pero usually, parang ang nagiging problema sa science and technology writing, mas prefer to or mas binibigay siya pag science competitions talaga siya instead of um, press conferences. Mas technical kasi siya compared to science and health writing. And then, section 3, House of Science Writing, the types and forms of science writing. Nung nag-umpisa yung science writing, actually, it was just informative type of article na maglalagay ka lang information, paramihan siya ng data, ng facts. So, pag mas madami ka, mas may edge ka na manalo. And if mas konti, mas lesser yung chance mo na makapasok sa top 10 or top 7, depende sa region. Pero, yun nga, habang lumilipas yung panahon, nagkakaroon siya ng or nagta-transform siya, if that's the perfect term, kasi parang ni-utilize niya yung ibang categories sa press conferences when it comes to science writing. So the first one is science news. So it's just writing news about science, pero kagaya ng news writing, meron siyang three forms. We have straight news, news feature, and talo-talo siya on how the contestant will execute or use the topic and write it into a news feature article. So I mean, for the straight news, kung paano lang magsulat ng news, inverted pyramid, important details sa pinakataas, and then lesser important sa pinakababa, and then sa headline, nandun na lahat ng kailangan malaman ng tao if ever hindi siya interested basahin yung the rest or the portion of the articles. But for the news feature, the case here is just mas mahaba siya. Hindi siya totally like kung paano siya sa news writing. Mas mahaba siya dito sa news feature, and usually maabot siya ng more than one page. Yun yung napansin ko dun sa mga pieces na pinapakita sa amin during our trainings na kinukuha from different regions. And then for in-depth news, grade 10 din ako actually na-introduce to. And isa siyang way, I mean, it was introduced to me by a doctor na nagbigay rin ng talk from Region 4A. And nagkaroon ng mock contest for that one. Tapos yun, for in-depth news, may mga times na parang journal type siya wherein news pa rin yung atake pero you have to put subheadings or subtitles para magkaroon ng division yung bawat article. So during this time, you were given a topic or a handout kasi gano'n naman most of the time po for the competitions. May handouts na binibigay pero the thing here is hindi dapat kuhanin lahat dun sa handouts. So sa in-depth news, ang ginawa namin dito is a news from Guatemala. And then what I did is gumawa ako ng headline or ng introduction na the way kung paano gumawa sa straight news. And then the next part, gumawa ako ng subheading for definition. And then after ng two paragraphs for definition, nag two paragraphs ulit ako for causes and two paragraphs again for possible effects niya for the industry and for the economy. And then last part, if merong ongoing studies or researches, if it's possible to really prevent or somehow predict kung magkakaroon or prone yung isang area for sinkholes. So, ganun lang siya feeling ko for in-depth kasi ganun lang din yung binigay sa aming idea and luckily yung articles namin during those times, siya yung napili. And I guess the thing here is kailangan synchronize yung pagkakasulat ng article and dapat relevant yung gagawing subheadings and divisions ng articles. Pero as long as under pa rin siya nung topic or pinaka-general topic. So the next one is science feature. It's writing feature articles about science topics. So characteristics, interesting way of writing. Kasi during the competition kasi, I think familiar naman po lahat. Judges are not really reading the whole article, pero they are more into headings or the titles, introductions, leads, and then the conclusion. So dapat sa lead pa lang or sa title pa lang, sobrang interesting na ng article and hindi siya agad revealing na pag climate change yung topic, pagkabasa ko pa lang sa title and lead, alam ko agad na climate change, walang something, walang thrill or walang bago. Parang something like gagawan mo siya ng way kung paano siya magmumukhang interesting sa judges, especially sa readers. Kasi for school papers, um, students yung target and may judge pa rin na magbasa. Pero for contestants and competitions, judges yung nagbabasa. So we have to make it interesting as much as possible. And then for number two, mas prefer nila actually yung long kasi nung nag-talk sa amin yung tatlong judge for science writing, mga pioneer judges sila from different regions, mas prefer nila yung medyo mahaba compared to maikli. Kasi parang ang dating is walang alam or hindi prepared si contestant for the topic. And may mga nagsasabi kasi na parang masyadong kilometric or pag masyadong mahaba, hindi nababasahin ng judges or boring siya basahin. Pero for this particular category, mas prefer ng mga judges yung malaman and mas mahaba. Pero hindi lang siya puro nagbigay ka lang ng facts, walang elaboration, walang explanation and analyzation kasi useless din siya if ever. And then, for the catchy title, yun nga, pagbasa pa lang ng title, kasi for example, si Dr. Manuel Zacarias, as far as I can remember, ang style ng judging is basa niya muna yung title and then from 60 contestants, kung sino yung may title, magagandang title or catchy na title, kahit di pa nababasa yung parts ng article, naaalis na sila kasi yung title pa lang nila, hindi na ganun kaganda. And then babasahin yung lead and then conclusion if they are really connected. Kasi if ever na hindi magpo-proceed si judge sa pagbabasa ng body. And kapag nandun na sila sa part ng body, usually 15 papers na lang yung natitira doon. And then, sa 15 papers na yun, doon pa na sila magbabasa ng buong article and kung sino yung pinakamahusay na pagkakasulat, saka pa lang nila i-arrange into places. So, hindi talaga siya binabasa na buong article agad for 60 contestants if for example, it's just the title lang muna and then the lead. And then, yung storytelling, kasi ang boring if ever sabihin mo na climate change is real, it's happening, it's here. Pero yun lang, parang sinabi mo lang na may climate change. Unlike kapag may storytelling, like for example, what happened to Quezon City, their first place compared or parang itinulad niya yung climate change sa Sinaing and pinaikot niya na doon yung storya and it's interesting kaya I think that's the factor kung bakit siya nag-first place during the DSPC sa Quezon City kasi nga nagkaroon siya ng another atake. Kinompare niya yung isang common na topic, very cliche na topic into asinaing and gumawa siya ng article out of that and naibigay niya yung hinahanap ng judge through that way or style of writing. So the next one is the science editorial. So it's just writing editorial feature and in-depth, ang kinakalabasan is pwede pa rin paghaluin as long as papasok siya sa taste ng judge. And yung next sample is pansinin ang pandaigdigang pagbabago. So this is actually my title during the regional schools press conferences, and was luckily nakapasok din. And the topic is about climate change. So parang nagko-call lang into parang it's time to act on this. So may stand na or may say na agad tayo pagdating pa lang sa title or pamagat, dapat clear na. And then yun, the third one is makupad pa sa pinakamakupad. It's also our science editorial kung saan nagko-call lang din siya nagbibigay siya ng hinanakit about internet connection in the country. Kumbaga sa lahat ng pinakamakupad, mas makupad pa siya. Kasi during those time or even I think up to this day, ganun mabagal pa rin sobra yung internet connection sa bansa. And then sa baba, we have here two examples for science English naman. Remember to 26th of September. So this is actually a title for Ondoy. After nung Ondoy, tapos yun nga, hindi mo kasi pwedeng sabihin na or bigyan ng idiretso mo na Typhoon Ondoy or magbibigay ka agad ng facts. So dito, it's really a science feature article. So nandun yung may konting drama and the date pa lang, kumbaga nagmarka na yung date sa mata ng tao since Metro Manila was highly affected during this time. And then yung isa is science news. Our generation could take a big hit from climate change. So yun yung mga example ng titles. And for the leads, I have here for examples as well. So ito yung isa, yung sa sinkholes. Ginimbal ng isang malaking butas sa lupa o sinkhole na kilala rin bilang lubutas ang Guatemala matapos ang matinding ulan dulot ng bagyong Agatha. So ito, given na yung data sa handout, inayos ko lang kasi yun nga, in the introduction or lead, kailangan pag news, ando na yung, nasasagot yung 5 WH questions as much as possible, and kung hindi kaya, ilagay lahat ng important details doon pa lang sa pinaka-unahan. And then, the next one, yung tumitindi ang epekto ng pandaigdigang pagbabago sa tao. Hindi na lamang basta-bastang ulan at init ang hatid nito, bagkus ay banta sa isang iglap, maaari nitong biglang katapusan ang sangkatauhan. So, yun. Ito naman is for the feature, science feature article for climate change na my entry piece during the regional schools press conferences. And andun yung parang nagtatal ka ng story na if ever walang mangyari or walang gawin, here's what will happen. And then,
Excuse me, Kuya Lawrence. Hello po.
yes po.
Hindi po ata gumagalaw yung slides po.
Hindi po gumagalaw?
Yes po. May problem po ata sa inyo.
Sorry. Wait lang po. Ayusin ko lang po.
Sige po. Take your time po.
Okay na po ba? Nasa lead or introduction na rin po ba yung slides?
Wala pa po, Kuya.
Okay po. Saan part yung...
Ano na lang po siguro, stop recording tapos
Sige po. Iulitin ko na lang po.
Kasi nag-stop siya nasa ano pa lang po eh. Science editorial, hiling sa mga mahalal. Ayan.
Okay po. Sige po.
Nag-stop po ata doon.
Thank you.
Ayan, sabi ng mga teachers natin, science editorial pa lang daw po yung nasa screen.
Okay po, sige po. Sorry po.
No problem, kuya. So sa mga SPA po natin, our next topic later after ni Kuya Lawrence, we will be having the layout design. So after this, ayan. Okay na. Pero nandun pa rin po ata siya. Okay po. Ayan.
Okay na po ba?
Ayan, nasa section 4 po, parts of a
Yeah.
science article.
Okay po. Thank you.
Thank you po.
So, yun po. Sorry. Quick recap lang po ulit dun sa section 4, parts of a science article. So, yun. For science article, we have title, subtitle, or subheading, lead, introduction, and then body and conclusion. So, yung second part, yung subtitle and subheading, common lang po siya for in-depth news. Kapag science news yung ginagawa for school papers or for the competition itself. Kasi in my experience po, hindi po siya gaanong nagiging laman or hindi siya gaano ginagamit for school papers kasi sa mga school papers na naging part ako, ang most na ginagamit is science editorial, science news, straight news and news feature, and then science feature article. So hindi gaano ginagamit yung in-depth news kasi nga parang hindi siya gano'n ka-ideal. Pero if the competition is asking for in-depth news, yun, para just in case, alam natin na it's recommended to put subheadings or subtitles. Kaya yun, these are the 5 common parts of the or features of a science article. And yun, balik po tayo sa title or sa pamagat. The first one is lubutas, dumadalas. Lubutas is Tagalog term for sinkhole. And that's nung time na yun, dun ko lang din nalaman na the Tagalog term for sinkhole is lubutas pala. Pero yun, this is actually my title for the Division Schools press conference. And luckily na napili naman siya as one of the top 3. And yun, napansin ko na title naming lahat is 2 to 3 words lang lahat. And mas prefer ng judge kasi most of the time kung sino yung nagja-judge for the articles ng contestants, sila din yung nagtitingin for the school papers or the newspapers. Sila rin yung nagche-check based on my experience. And then dun sa pangalawa is pansinin ng pandaigdig ng pagbabago, regional entry for climate change naman siya. It's science feature, informative yung approach, bibigay lang ng information and call to action. And the third one is makupad pa sa pinakamakupad, science editorial na nagsasabi lang na yung internet connection sa bansa is mas mabagal pa sa kung ano mang pinakamakupad na alam natin, especially kapag kailangan na kailangan natin siya and sobrang bagal niya pa. Then yung nasa baba, for English naman, remember the 26th of September, science feature naman siya. Ondoy, Typhoon Ondoy. So instead of saying or i-mention directly yung Typhoon Ondoy, ginamit yung date since yun yung magmo-mark sa tao kumbaga. Forever na siya nasa utak, especially nung mga naka-experience, lalo na sa Metro Manila. So nilagyan ng konting drama instead of mentioning the Typhoon Ondoy directly, ginawa siyang remember the 26th of December. And then sa kabila, power generation could take a big hit from climate change. So science news article, direct to the point, and hindi gaanong madrama. So it really depends dun sa klase ng article na ipagagawa or hihingin or i-include natin dun sa school paper. And for the lead or for the introduction, yun, una is ginimbal ng isang malaking butas sa lupa o sinkhole na kilala rin bilang lubutas ang Guatemala matapos ang matinding ulan dulot ng bagyong Agatha. So for the contest is nagbigay ng handout na may labo-labo or halo-halong information. And then it's up to the contestant kung paano yung gagawin yun. So what I did is gumawa ko ng lead news approach since in-depth news yung hinihingi and nandun as much as possible sinubukang masagot yung 5 WH questions. And yun, kaya ito yung kinalabasan. And then, sumunod is yung for feature article na ginawa about climate change. So, parang through feature, sinabi mo lang na this is what will happen if hindi pa rin kikilos and nagbabago siya every year yung effect niya. So, as early as possible, we have to do something. So, parang ganun yung naging dating ng feature article for climate change. Then, ito, yung pangatlo, climate change could lead to significant declines in electricity production in coming decades as water resources are disrupted, said a study published by Oxford University on Monday. So, yung kanina, yung power, yung ma-interrupt for climate change, yun yung title nitong lead na to. So, it's a science news article, so ganyan siya ka direct to the point. Kasi nga, pag science news or straight news, hindi pwedeng sobrang daming arte kasi hindi siya babasahin and sobrang, ibig sabihin, hindi marunong si writer at si contestant sumunod dun sa style na hinihingi. And then, the Typhoon Ondoy dumped 334 millimeters of rain in the first 6 hours, the highest ever recorded rainfall in the metropolis. The previous when a relentless downpour engulfed Metro Manila in a deluge never before seen or felt by majority of its inhabitants. So ito yung lead na ginamit for remember the 26th of September. So instead na sabihin, nandun pa rin yung facts or nandun pa rin yung data kung gaano katindi yung bagyo, pero nandun din yung drama somehow on delivering the information. Hindi lang siya directly na Typhoon Ondoy, may gantong kadaming ulan. So, ginawan siya ng art, nilagyan siya ng drama to make it more interesting.
Excuse me, Kuya Lawrence. Hello po.
Yes po.
Nag-off po yung naka-black yung presentation po.
Okay po. Ulitin ko na lang.
Ayan po. Pasensya po, no? Meron po tayong onting technical difficulties. Pero, ayan. So, habang inaayos ni Kuya Lawrence, again, as a courtesy to our speaker, off natin ang ating mga microphones and then interact din tayo if sakaling may questions siya. So, ayan.
Ayan, okay na po ba?
Yes po.
Okay, thank you. So yun po, yung last part, yung sa Typhoon Ondoy. So instead of saying na meron siyang ganito kadaming ulan, ilagyan natin siya ng konting arte or kumbaga, kung paano natin siya magiging different or kung paano siya magiging different compared to other articles. So, for the conclusion, ito yung pinaka 3 tips na binibigay every time na gagawa ng conclusion. Summarize in 1 to 2 sentences. So, usually kasi it's either 2 sentences or 3 sentences lang yung conclusion natin. Then always leave a lesson and leave a mark through facts. So, since science to, hindi pwedeng mawala yung facts or data, statistics as much as possible. Kasi dun magre-rely or dun iikot lang yung pinaka-article natin. And for the body, it's really up to the contestant kung paano niya gagawing synchronize or cohesive yung mga data na inilalagay niya dun sa pinaka-article natin. Kasi most of the time, if it's science news for the body, you will just include there lahat ng information na kailangan for the article or kailangan malaman ng tao. For a news feature, lalagyan siya ng konting arte, pero nandun pa rin yung data or nandun pa rin yung facts. And for science feature, nandun pa rin nga, nalagyan natin siya ng mga flowery words, pero hindi mawawala yung data or hindi siya maaalis dun sa pinaka-topic. And for science editorial, andun yung stand lagi sa body. Andun yung pinaka-say ng writer about the topic since it's facing an issue most of the time if science editorial yung ginagawa. So yun, sorry. For the section 5, additional pointers and reminders lang, best practices. So for the structure, yun nga, dapat pinag-aaralan yung structure niya, balita, editorial, latalain, kasi pwedeng kahit alin dyan yung maging piece. Pero for the school papers, usually it really depends on the school paper advisor kung ano yung gusto niyang or kung ano yung gusto niyang maging laman ng article or maging laman ng science page. Pero most of the time, they are utilizing pictures and editorial. Kasi yun yung pinaka-common na hinihingi ng mga judges. And then for the jargons, hindi na nanalo ang contestant na walang nilagay na science term or jargon sa kanilang entry. So, even though as much as possible, ile-lesson to, kailangan pa rin siyang nandun kasi nga, i-translate mo siya into layman's term kasi hindi pa rin pwedeng out of nowhere may gantong term, ano yung pinagmulan. So, hindi pwedeng ganun, nandun pa rin yung jargons. It's just that, kailangan mo siyang ipaintindi sa tao in the best way possible. And for analyzation, dapat mahusay magsuri or mag-analyze ng science facts yung, yes, a science facts, yung contestant. Kasi hindi pwedeng ando lang yung data, ando lang yung facts, hindi mo in-explain, hindi mo in-analyze. Or if si writer mismo hindi niya kayang i-analyze, what more si reader? Baka kaya niya bang i-comprehend yun? So, yun yung deal pagdating sa science writing, kailangan si writer mismo kayang i-analyze kung ano yung sinusulat niya. Yung title, maglagay ng pamagat, maikse, pero may dating. So yun nga, most of the time, napansin ko, especially since I was also able to conduct training for elementary levels and for high school, napansin ko is masyadong mahahaba yung title, pero for the winning pieces, talagang may ikli lang and may dating agad yung pinaka-title niya. And for the school papers, um, during our time po, luckily nakapasok ng 8th place yung science page namin for the NSPC. As much as possible, we tried to use news feature, science feature, and science editorial. Kung paano mag-title sa mga ganong klaseng articles, yun yung ginawa namin for the science page namin. Preparations, kailangan lang magbasa ng magbasa kasi sobrang daming topic na pwedeng ibigay. Pero for the school papers, ang naalala kong advice during the regional benchmarking is kailangan ng science page merong within school, within community, national, and if ever, if may effect siya sa country, international. So may target siya. Kumbaga hindi lang labo-labo na maglalagay ng information, maglalagay ng topic. So kailangan may scope within the school, may scope din for the community, meron din for the country, and then meron for international if may malaki siyang effect, particularly sa tao within the Philippines. And yun, additional tip lang for writing mismo or for the contest, penmanship. Kasi nung nakita ko yung mga top 10 pieces na or entries na nanalo for this categories, ang common na nakita is lahat sila is maganda magsulat. Pero yun nga since it's digital naman na. Pero for the for writing competition or for yung mismong categories na press conferences, apart from school papers, tinitignan din, particularly ng mga judges, yung penmanship, if naiintindihan yung sulat ng contestant. Tapos yun, rubrics, I think accessible din siya through the NSPC memorandum kasi dun din namin nakuha ito noon. Ito yung for science and health writing. So 40% for the technicality, 50% for the content, and then 10% for the ethics for a total of 100%. So for the technicality or the technical, that manifest unity and coherence to the theme or the topic given. So very self-explanatory naman na to. Basta coherent siya and andun yung unity ng mga nilagay mong data nilagay mong mga information to the topic, pasok na siya. And then has catchy and also clear and free of bias. Pero most of the time for the bias, lalo na pag science editorial, hindi siya maiiwasan kasi may bias talaga tayo. It's either you agree or you disagree dun sa topic. And observes the rules of grammar and syntax. So, common din to sa English lalo. Pero sa Filipino, sobrang common din siya, lalo na kapag mapapansin yung difference or yung paggamit ng ng na NG as and then ng NA and G. So nandoon pa rin yung mga lapses sa paggamit ng mga ganon. Pero yun, kailangan natin siyang i-observe. And then logical presentation of arguments, particularly in the science editorial. So hindi pwedeng sobrang lame lang ng argument. Although science siya, kailangan magbigay ka ng argument or may justify mo yung stand mo particularly. And then contains lead that are clearly written and focus on the most important details. So parang sa news, as much as possible, nasa lead na lahat. Pero when it comes to science feature and science editorial, informative and at the same time. For science feature, may arte or may storytelling. For science editorial, andun agad yung stand. And then follows appropriate form and style. So if the contestant or if the paper is going to utilize science feature lang as much as possible. Mag-overlap sa ibang categories or ibang style or form ng writing. And then use appropriate term and lingo to report and discuss events. So we have to be sensitive. Yun lang naman yung sinasabi nyo sa technicality. And for the content, utilizes facts from interviews, documents review, data analysis, and other reliable resources. So, kailangan meron doon. You have to use according to, based on the study. So, kung gaya nung kanina, meron siyang said report uh, by Oxford University on Monday. So, yung mga ganon. And according to DOH, kailangan natin maglagay nun as much as possible para hindi mawala ng kredibilidad since science article to, hindi pwedeng galing lang sa'yo in the first place because ikaw yung writer pero hindi ikaw yung nag-conduct ng study at hindi ikaw yung nakatuklas. So we have to give credit dun sa tamang nakatuklas ng isang bagay. And then, it presents relevant and timely issues in science and technology. So pwedeng may data ka nga, pero the data na nilagay mo sa article mo is 19 something pa. So it's not really uh, impactful or hindi siya ganun ka-relevant kasi it's 2020 na and the data that you're going to use is all 1990 pa. Pero if that's the latest data na available for the specific concern or specific issue, that's okay lang. Just make sure na walang mas latest pa or mas updated. And yun, uses technical jargons to a minimum. So, yes, gamit pa rin tayo. Pero whenever you use technical jargons, make sure na ilalagay natin siya into layman's terms. And presents technical and complicated scientific concepts or ideas in a manner that can be understood by a wide variety of readers. So, very na rin siya, explanatory. Kailangan, as a science writer, you bring science closer to the public and cite scientific references, statistics, relevant figures to bolster the credibility of the statements or the narrative. And for the ethics, observes ethical and professional standards for print media. So that's the fairness, relevance, accuracy, and balance. And yun nga, cite sources. Kailangan meron laging sources. So, ito, this is actually my piece during the one of the press conferences na nasalihan ko. And binigyan lang kami ng half sheet of paper na may nakalagay na data about technology and masamang effect niya sa tao. So, since hindi ganun ka-useful yung mga data nilalagay doon na parang minadali lang o parang makagawa lang yung judge ng may bibigay na handout. What I did is lahat ng nabasa ko regarding gadgets, tinry kong i-incorporate doon sa binigay na handout. And yun nga, may naalala akong line from Dr. Michael Jacobson yung one gadget, one life in return. So ginamit ko siya sa article, even though it's not really on the paper na binigay, but it's really related. And yun nga, ang labanan kasi is preparation. So, yun yung ginamit ko. And then, yun yung pinaka-total ng article niya. And fortunate enough, nag-first place yung paper. So, ayun, meron tayong ayon kay Department of Health and merong mention ng WHO. So, kailangan magbanggit. Pero as much as possible, tama yung binabanggit kasi baka mamaya nagbabanggit lang ng nagsasite ka lang ng mga references mo for the sake of compliance. Pero mahuhuli yun if ever kasi pwedeng isipin na hindi naman isa-search na to ng judge. Hindi na siya titingnan kung tama yung pinaglalagay ko or legit ba itong pinaglalagay ko. Pero it depends on the contestant naman na if gusto niyang lokohin yung sarili niya para maglagay ng mga information na hindi naman talaga nag-exist. Yun lang. And for the science news, ito yung isa sa mga pinaka-basehan since ng regional press conferences, ang mga articles na pinaglalagay namin sa newspapers is more on climate change din. So ito yung isa sa mga naging pattern ng paglalagay namin ng somehow ng mga ilang news articles or science news. So it's more on the climate change sa pag-alis ni Duterte dun sa COP21, Climate Change Agreement sa Paris. Kasi nga, hindi naman tayo malalaking country na nag-emit or ng harmful gases. So, yun. Sa first paragraph, intro, andun na yung lahat ng information na kailangan and pababa, additional information. Pero dun pa lang sa title o sa headline, Paris Climate, andun na agad yung thought, yung article and yung topic. Alam na agad ng reader since it's science news. Dapat alam na agad kung about saan yung babasahin niya. Unlike science fiction, as much as possible, may konti pang pa-thrill, hindi agad binabanggit. So, yun lang naman po for science writing.
And so, in behalf of the Mountain Province SDO and sa ating mga SPA, thank you so much, Sir Lawrence Pakatang. And to our school paper advisors, if you have questions or something to say, pwede kayong magsalita. If may question pa kayo or gusto nyo mag-thank you kay Sir Lawrence sa napaka-informative na talk. Ayan, sabi ni Ma'am Lorene, maraming salamat daw po. So, yun. Anyone? Meron pong
Welcome po.
gustong sabihin? Ayan. So, again, thank you so much, Sir Lawrence. And thank you daw po galing kay Sir Isaac. Ayan, thank you raw po. Anyways, ito na nga, maraming salamat po. We are moving on our isa sa mga pinakamahalagang part ng ating seminar. We will be having the layout and design seminar by Richmond Tabangkura, the Law Stories artist, and a NSPC winner on layout and design. So, Richmond, the floor is yours.
All right. Can you hear me, guys? Hello po.
Yes, clear.
All right. Thank you. So, paano ba mag-share screen dito? May ano ba? All right. So, ayan, nakikita na po yung screen ko.
Yes, kita.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Lima. So, good afternoon po sa ating lahat. So, again, formally introduce myself po, I'm Richmond Bangkura. I'm a layout artist and graphic designer. So, basically, yung mga ginagawa ko po is more on layouting and graphic design sa campus newspapers. And ito po yung mga gawa ko in the past year na nag-work po ako as layout artist. So first one po is yung PANDAY. Wherein sa Pine Tree po, it brags different awards such as first place in layout and page design sa regionals, sa division, sa regional second place siya, then sa division first place, then nanalo din siya ng nameplate, best in nameplate sa Icon Magazine, then first place din po siya sa the Manila Times Campus Press Awards 2019. And also yung next one naman po is yung Baguio. Same school po, this is the Baguio City National High School. First place din po siya sa regionals and sa division din po, first place din. Then best in color scheme and best in campus paper layout and design sa Icon Magazine din po. So yun, next yung next naman po is yung Harakaya, the 2019-2020 issue namin, which is yan po yung nanalo ng NSPC award, 5th place po in NSPC, National Schools Press Conference, then 4th place po in regionals, then first place po sa dito. Ayun po, first place din po pala sa UP Elevate 8, in which ginanap po siya sa UP Diliman last year. So yan, yun na po yung mga ilan sa mga ginawa ko pong campus papers last year. So let's go ahead now and simulan na po natin yung discussion when it comes to layouting. So gusto ko po mangyari dito is at least maging interactive man lang yung ating discussion para at least nakakarinig din ako or at least may nababasa rin ako through chat or pwede rin kayo mag-open ng mic kapag nagtatanong ako. Okay ba yun? Alright. So, first question, when it comes to our mind, when we're talking about layouting, is what basically is layouting, correct? So, can I ask a few of participants here, ano po ba yung pumapasok sa isip natin kapag nakakahan tayo ng salitang layouting or graphic designs? So, yes. Pwede po ba ako magtanong? So, kay Ma'am John na po, kapag narinig niyo po yung layouting or graphic design, ano po yung pumapasok po sa isip niyo? Ma'am Joanna? Ayan, si Ma'am Joanna Sayan po. Hello? Ay, nakamute po kayo, ma'am. Ayan po. Nakamute po and hindi po namin marinig. Ayan. Try po natin. Ayan. So, according po kay Ma'am Jana Beth Pagpokyaw, when we're talking about layouting, it's about balance, color scheme. All right, correct po. When we're layouting newspapers po, we have to consider the balance and color scheme na nilalagay po natin sa ating newspapers. So, yes. Tama po siya. Any other answers po? You can unmute, guys, if you want to answer po. Then, introduce nyo na lang din po yung sarili nyo para at least nare-recognize po namin. Ayan, may nag-chat po ulit. According to Miss Lorian, arrangement ng designs. Correct po. Arrangement and pagbabalanse ng mga artikulo sa ilalagay nating pahina. So, correct po. Arrangement ng designs. One last. Then we can proceed sa presentation. You can chat po or unmute para at least magkaroon po tayo ng interaction. Alright. Ayan. According naman po kay Ma'am Remel Grace Perez, even distribution of articles on each page. Correct po. Hindi po dapat na lahat ng mabigat na articles ay ilalagay po natin sa isang pahina. Dapat evenly distributed po yung articles para at least po maganda yung pagkakahanay natin. Maganda po yung magiging takbo ng newspaper. And next naman po kay Ma'am Jovelyn Manalang, how you go to present the entire newspaper. Correct. When we're talking about newspaper layout, it's basically yung unang nakikita ng readers when we're looking to the newspaper. That's correct po. It's a way of presenting the newspaper. So let's now proceed. So what is layouting? So basically layouting is putting words with images on a paper. And also it is the make-up or dressing of a page. Tama po yung mga nasabi nyo kanina in which nagkakaroon po tayo ng presentation when it comes to layouting. Kasi nga po, yun po yung make-up or yung dressing ng ating pahina. Meaning to say, kapag nagle-layout po tayo, dapat kina-consider po natin yung magiging itsura niya, kung paano po siya makikita ng audience. Also, the arrangement of illustration, text, and graphics on a page to be printed or published, and also the selection of font styles, photos, and shapes. So dito po, papasok po dito yung arrangement of illustrations and text. So sa newspaper po, mga recent newspaper, mga nanilayout po, nag-i-include po talaga kami ng illustrations and also mga text, lalo na po sa front page and sa page na kailangan nalagyan ng illustrations. So, yes, tama po yung sinabi rin kanina na kailangan magkaroon po ng balance and dapat po evenly distributed yung bigat ng articles kada pahina. So, dito po, makikita nyo rin po dito na may font styles na tinatawag, photos and shapes. Yes, we have to consider font styles in layouting because po, sa font style po, dito po papasok kung paano po natin gusto ipakita yung articles natin sa audience or sa readers. Kasi po, yung font style po, nagsasalita din yan. It also speaks. Kasi nga po, yung font style natin, if ever na malaki, yes, we want to give emphasis on that. Then, photos and shape. We have to consider all those three po whenever we're layouting. So, let's look closer sa dalawa ko pong nilayout, which is yung Haraya and the Baguio. So, first one po, ito po yung Haraya. Nakikita na po ba siya? This one, ito po yung Haraya. So, sa Haraya po, as you can see, may composition po yan na kung saan kita nyo po yung kung paano ko po ginamit yung typeface and everything. And later on po, i-discuss po natin kung paano ba natin ano ba yung mga bagay na dapat i-consider natin when it comes to layouting newspapers, kung ano natin siya mababalance. And ito pong nasa unahan, yung Haraya po, ito po yung nanalo ng NSPC. Then the next one is si Baguio po. So si Baguio po, isa rin siya sa mga nanalo ng newspaper sa regionals ng Baguio. And yes po, ano po siya, award-winning din po siya newspaper. And later on din po, i-discuss natin kung paano nga ba nakuha ni Baguio yung awards and paano natin siya kinompose. So, with further ado po, let's discuss kung ano nga yung mga dapat natin i-consider when it comes to layouting. So, sabi dito, a well-written story just isn't enough. A page nobody reads. So, meaning to say, sobrang important po ng layouting because madami pong magagandang story. However, we live in a generation na kung saan kino-consider po natin kung paano nakikita ng readers yung ating news page para at least ma-attract sila. So, one way of persuading our readers or our judge is to have a good a layout on our page design or on our newspapers. Then to proceed, discuss ko na rin po yung elements of design that we have to consider whenever we're layouting. So elements of design. So basically, when we're talking about elements of design in newspaper, that is the space, line, shape, size, pattern, or there's a typographical error here. I guess this is the what do you call this? Naulit si pattern. So this one should be pattern. Wait a bit. Let me check. Texture. So yes, may mali po dito. This one should be texture. And ayan. One thing din po that we have to consider in layouting is to look for typographical error kasi factor din po yun na nakaka-apekto sa kung paano natin i-represent yung newspaper natin. So yan, one error agad. So that this one should be texture and the last one should be value. All right, let's proceed. Design should fulfill the needs for effective communication besides being attractive and beautiful. So sa quote po na to, mapapansin po natin na hindi lang po dapat attractive or maganda yung layouting natin. We have to consider effective communication. Meaning kasi, yung newspaper ba, yung pagkakaayos ng newspaper natin, bukod sa maganda siya, effective ba yung the way we communicate to our readers. Dapat we have to consider po na readable po dapat yung the way we lay out newspapers. Okay? So, yes po, dapat we have to consider this one, effective communication besides being attractive and beautiful. So, for me, in my experience in the outing, sobrang important po ng effective communication when it comes to layouting kasi nga po, yun po yung unang way kung paano nila ma-appreciate yung ganda ng papel or ng layout ng isang newspaper. Dapat po maintindihan nila muna. Dapat may effective communication po between the readers. So, let's now discuss the first element of design. First is the space. Positive space is filled space. Negative space is empty space, which is not your enemy. We talk about, create, or evaluate graphic design without accounting for space. This is from the book of Kim Golombisky, which is the white space is not your enemy. So, dito po sa space na tawag, meron po tayo tinatawag na positive space, negative space. Meaning kasi sa positive space po, ito po yung mga spaces na napupunan po ng ating page. And yung negative space naman po is yung mga spaces na hindi po nalalagyan ng text or images. So, sabi dito, white space or negative space is not your enemy. So, kailangan po maging balanse lang po kung paano natin gagamitin yung positive space and negative space. Kasi po, isa po sa mga mali ko in my own experience in the past few years that I'm layouting is I keep on telling myself to maximize the space. As much as possible, dapat yung mga pages po is filled with space, pero mali po siya. Yung concept po na yun is very wrong and nalaman ko lang din po sa a few years of layouting na negative space should also be considered in layouting. So just to give you example po, this is one of articles or pages inside the Haraya, and the next one is from my contest piece in UP Diliman, which in UP Elevate. So as you can see po, this one, may ano po siya, spaces po siya. Pero white spaces doesn't mean na it makes your page more more or less or nakakabawa siya sa page nyo. Parang i-consider nyo rin po kasi yung white space kapag nag-layout kayo kasi ayaw naman po ng mga readers natin na parang may over information na nagaganap sa news. And mahirap din po basahin kapag masyado madaming text and information sa newspaper. Alright, so let's now proceed to the second one. Another element of design is lines. Lines may be straight, angular, or curvy. They may be thick or thin, continuous, or uninterrupted. Features and illustrations contains that guides, the viewing eye through the compositions. Lines are associated with movement and eye flow. So when we consider lines in layouting, uh, we have to know kung paano ba yung eye flow ng audience natin. 'Di ba? When we're reading a newspaper po, saan po ba tayo muna nagsa-start? On this part, 'di ba? So that one is actually the thing that we have to consider in layouting. Kung saan ba unang nagbabasa si reader sa ating newspaper. Then ito pong page na to is the front page or the center fold of Haraya. And it was written by Antoinette Aquino, which is our Datalain writer. And as you can see po, dito po sa page na to, may mga piece po dyan na kung saan may curved lines. And also, kinonsider po natin yung eye flow ng ating readers. So, sa eye flow po, ganito po siya tatakbo. Kapag may text po dito, mahirap po kasi kapag ganyan, tapos bababa natin diretso. So, mas effective po kapag yung eye flow po natin is going this way. So, kung mapapansin niyo po, yung eye flow po ng ating article, yung flow, kung paano babasahin yung article, is easily identified dito sa page na to. Kasi nga po, yung lines na tinatawag natin is not just the lines that we're using in layouting like this. Hindi lang po yung lines na yun yung dapat i-consider natin. But the lines that we're talking about here is kung paano po tatakbo yung mata ni reader sa ating newspaper or sa ating page. So yes, dapat you should consider yung eye flow and how the article is going to be arranged on a specific page. Okay? All right. Next, sa ating element of design is the shape. Shapes can trigger instant recognition. In art lingo, there are two types of shape, inorganic and organic shapes. Inorganic shapes are geometrical, such as circles, triangles, and rectangulars. Organic forms are more natural, as found in nature. So meaning to say po, inorganic spaces is like the basic shapes, triangle, rectangle, circles, something like that. And sabi po dun, shapes can trigger instantly or can trigger instant recognition. So, kung mapapansin niyo po dito sa page ng Haraya, lahat po ng articles bago magsimula is may triangle, or ito po yung trigger namin kung saan po magsisimula yung article mismo. So ayan po, every article may triangle, mapapansin niyo po siya, and also on this one. Then, bukod po sa yung shape is nakaka-trigger po kung saan magsisimula yung article, magagamit din po natin yung shapes para mag-divide and magkaroon ng element sa ating design. So, for instance po, itong first inorganic shape natin, yung square, mapapansin po natin dyan na kinonsider po natin na square dapat yung picture para po sumunod po siya sa flow na kung paano po natin naayusin yung newspaper. Also po, we have to consider na sa paggamit ng sa paggamit ng shape, dapat hindi lang po tayo nagsistick sa rectangulars or triangulars. We should also use using circles and other shapes can really help na para mas mapaganda pa yung ating newspaper. And also po, ito po yung mga organic shapes natin. Sabi nga po, yung organic shape is the shapes na nakikita natin around nature and wala po siyang specific na sinusundan. So, ayan po, using organic shape is really a tool kung paano po natin ipapakita sa ating mga readers kung paano natin naayusin yung ating page or yung ating page design. So, yan po, kung mapapansin niyo po dito, yan po yung shape na ginamit po natin kay Latalain. Tapos po, as you can see, sumusunod din po yung text kay shape. Kasi po, dito na po papasok yung tinatawag nating text wrapping. Pero I don't want to be more specific on terminologies para po mas maging magaan lang yung discussion natin and less use of jargons na rin po siguro. Then dito po, ito po, wala rin, sinundan niya rin po yung yung organic shape na kung saan, ayan, nakita po natin yung cartoon, naka, ah, nakasunod po yung article dito sa cartoon. Meaning to say, um, gumamit po tayo ng organic shape para at least madali nating maayos or mas maganda pa natin yung ating page design. So, next for our element of design is the size. Size can make things shout with importance or make them whisper. So, sa size po, may nabanggit nga po kanina nung nagtanong po ako about what comes into your mind when we're talking about layouting is that may nagsabi po kanina na balance and color scheme or something like that. Basta pag balance po, dito na po papasok si size kasi sa size po, ayan po, may kita po natin it can shout with importance or make them whisper. This one is makita po natin dito sa examples. So, ito po, si pine tree. Kung makita po natin dito si pine tree, ayan po, may po siya headline. Then, sa headline po, ayan, makita po natin na ito po yung gusto natin bigyan ng emphasis. Kasi nga po sa layouting po, we have to consider kung ano nga ba dapat yung mga articles na lagyan natin dapat ng emphasis and yung mga articles na least important or less important compared to the banner article or the banner news. So, yan po, kung makita nyo po, may mas maliit po dyan na article. Kasi nga po, ang gusto po natin na mangyari is that mag-stand out po yung article na gusto natin bigyan ng emphasis. Alright? So, next naman po is, another example is, ito po, kapag sa newspaper nyo po, kasi there are times kapag nag-layout, syempre, may mga empty spaces na gusto natin napunan. And kapag hindi po natin napunan yung spacing is that mamumukha pong kulang sa newspaper. So, what we can do there is to have balitang hinipil or flash news na tinatawag din sa English or I don't know because mas gamay ko po yung Philippine journalism. So, sa field journal po, ginagamit po natin to fulfill space is to have balitang kinipil. So, yan po, maliit lang po siyang space. Then, next po, for this one is pattern. Pattern is about duplicating patterns, create a sense of orderliness and familiarity in layout. So, ayan po, pattern, ito po yung bagay na nakikita natin para mas magkaroon ng pattern sa ating newspaper. Kasi po, when we're layouting a newspaper, hindi lang po siya dapat sa isang page na doon. Dapat pinaplano rin po kung paano ba tatakbo yung newspaper sa buong kung paano po siya tatakbo sa buong newspaper. So, yan po, makikita niyo po na may consistent elements po yung aming newspaper, which is the Haraya. So, ito po, kung mapapansin niyo po, may ganyan siya. So, yung pattern po na yan ay tinatawag nating progressive pattern na kung saan kapag kung makikita niyo po ayan dito sa part na to dalawang data pa lang siya, then on the latter part or on the next page tatlo na po yun kasi nga po progressive siya, progressive patterns po yung ating pattern na pinapakita. So yes, pattern should also be considered in layouting newspaper, not just on a single page, but on the entire newspaper. So next element of design is the texture. Generally, we think of texture in terms of three-dimensional, such as sculptures, textiles, mixed media, or even applied oil or paint. Mimicking the idea of texture graphically in two dimensions requires clever use of lines, shapes, and pattern. So, sa paggamit po ng texture, tulad nga po na nasabi dito, when we're talking about texture, mahirap nga naman po siya i-consider sa layouting. Pero yung texture po na sinasabi dito is how we're going to maximize the use of shape, lines, and patterns para po magkaroon ng additional impact yung ating newspaper. So dito po, halimbawa po nito, um, dito po sa isa sa mga articles sa science page po ng Haraya on ano po to last year pang issue ng Haraya. So dito po sa part na to, kung mapapansin niyo po may mga lines po dyan na ginamit para at least magkaroon ng additional design sa ating newspaper. Also, kung mapapansin niyo po, yan po, ito yung texture po na mention ko po is these elements. Use of lines and shape para po magkaroon ng additional aesthetic and additional design sa ating layout. Next one po is this one, science page naman po siya sa Haraya. Ito po, malinaw na po ba? Hello. Hello? Ayan, malinaw na po ba? Di makanya check my audio. Malinaw siya.
Yes, okay naman. Okay naman.
Okay naman. So, try ko lang siya ilapit para at least mas clear tayo sa audio. Alright. So, yan po. Malinaw na po ba yung audio natin? Miss
Yes,
Adelpa. Alright. Thank you po. Proceed na po tayo. So, yes, considering texture is also an impact in terms of layouting and graphic design. So, next one naman po na we should consider is the value. Elements of design na dapat din po natin consider is the value refers to the tone of light and dark. It is necessary for strong composition. We use it to create a sense of depth and variation in order to avoid visual monotony. So, visual monotony, it means na nagkakaroon ng almost similar visual sa ating newspaper, and we should avoid that by means of using value. So, ano ka ba yung value? Value po, we can use value sa ating pag-layout kapag nag-consider po tayo ng lightness and darkness ang ating page. For instance po, dito po sa ating newspaper sa Haraya, makikita nyo po na light lang po yung color dito or light lang po yung ginamit nating value dito. Light lang po siya. And as you can see, almost everywhere is light lang po and malinis lang po siya tingnan. And wala po masyadong dark elements na dapat na nakikita po natin. So, to give contrast dito sa light value na pinakita ko on first, ito naman po, dito naman po on the latter part, ito naman po yung tinatawag natin meron dark value. So, mas darker po siya kasi nga po, yes, we need to avoid visual monotony. Basta yon, and nakakabulol yung term na yun. Basta gets yun naman na siya since na-mention ko siya kanina. And yes, we have to consider yung value. Kaya gumagamit po tayo ng mga dark shapes or mga dark elements para po at least magkaroon po tayo ng variation sa ating design and hindi po at least maboard yung readers na tumitingin po sa ating layout. So, layout gives prominence to the news in proportion to its importance. Considering the design makes the page appear attractive and makes the different contents easy to find and read. Layout gives the paper a personality or individuality of its own. So, before po mag-end yung ating talk, I just want to leave you guys this message na yung layout po, dapat po kina-consider natin is yung tinatawag nating aesthetic or yes, considering the design makes the page attractive. So, considering the design po, ayan po, dapat po, we should consider design din as well in terms of layouting. And on the last part po, ito po yung pinaka dapat bigyan natin ng emphasis. Layout gives the paper a personality or individuality of its own. So sa layout po, dito po natin nagbibigyan ng personality yung ating article or yung news po. Kasi ang newspaper po super haba niyan eh. And sa 20 page po, so super daming articles na may kita po natin. However, what I want to leave you guys is that masustain ba ng readers basahin yung newspaper and at least na-persuade ba natin siya para basahin yung entire newspaper? So that question po, doon na po papasok yung tinatawag na layouting. Kasi sa layouting po, it is really important kasi we also persuade our readers to read the article. So, yes, thank you so much po. Again, this is Richmond Tabangkuhura, layout artist and graphic designer. So I work recently in Haraya on Eugenio Lopez Jr. Center for Media Arts Senior High School, Partnership School of ABCBN and DepEd, and Magna Anima, and also on Baguio City National High School. So yes, if there's anything else that you want to ask, feel free lang po mag-chat or um, mag-send ng questions dito sa ating chat box, or you can unmute it guys if you want to ask something about layouting and design.
Ayan, so in behalf of the Mountain Province SDO, maraming salamat po. Ayan, to Richmond Tabangkura, our award-winning layout artist. So I hope sa ating mga sa mga ating SPA, marami tayong napulot na aral from his presentation, kasi talagang dito tayo medyo dito tayo talaga need mag-focus kasi syempre technology is evolving and yung konsepto ng design is nagbabago din. So thank you so much Richmond, and ayan, if may mga questions pa ang ating mga SPA, you can ask po. Ayan. Sir, ano daw po yung ginagamit mo sa pag-layout?
Ayan, I got a question here from Miss Marcel. Hello sir, ano po yung ginagamit niyo po sa pag-layout? Thank you po. So, dito po sa pag-layout po, ang mga ginagamit ko po is Adobe InDesign, Adobe Photoshop, and Adobe Illustrator. Pero kung basic layouting po na i-consider natin, dapat we have to know the basics in Adobe InDesign. So, pakita ko na din po sa inyo kung paano po tumatakbo yung Adobe InDesign. So, wait a bit. Pakita ko lang po kung ano yung Adobe InDesign.
Yan, at least mas makikita natin kung paano niya ginagawa yung design. So, para tulungan tayo ni Richmond sa gagawin natin.
Ayan po. So, ito po yung Adobe InDesign. Yung gamit ko pong version is 2020 Adobe InDesign. And ito po yung ginagamit namin sa pag-layout. And may mga tutorials din po sa YouTube kung paano po natin siya i-operate and paano rin po tayo maglalagay ng mga elements sa ating newspaper. So, ang ipapakita ko po sa inyong example ngayon na win-work on ko ngayon is yung yearbook po ng aming school, which is the Paragon. And wait lang po natin si Adobe InDesign. So, ito po yung sample ni Adobe InDesign. Ayan, nag-loading po siya. So, wait a bit. Ayan, kung papansin niyo po, di pa po tapos yung aking yearbook kasi may mga information pa pong kailangan. And yes, ito po yung itsura ni Adobe InDesign. So yan po, as you can see, madali naman po siya ma-navigate kasi it composed of text box, ganyan, and images kapag mag-layout po tayo. So yan po yung sample ng current project na wini-work on po namin ngayon sa ELJ. So yan po yung Adobe InDesign. And yun po yung software na ginagamit namin in terms of layouting. So, yun lang po. Thank you. And question pa po.
Ayan, may question, Rich. Okay lang daw ba kung naka-justify?
Ayan. Yung justification po ng text and paragraphs, actually super malaking issue din yan sa pag-layout kasi ang justification po ng text is ginagamit lang po yung justification kapag more on formal ang page natin. For instance, sa mga formal page is news page. Kapag sa news page po kasi mostly ginagawa dun is gina-justify yung text. However naman on other parts like editorial, feature, science, yun naman po. And insides din po um, ng sports page. Pwede po siya gamitan ng hindi naka-justify. Pero on news part and back page of sports, saka naman po ginagamitan ng justify na paragraph. So, yun po.
Ayan. So, baka may questions pa kayo, guys. You can ask para mahabol natin. So, meron pa ba, guys? Hello po, mga ating SPA. Kung meron pa pong questions. So,
ayan. So, if meron na pong question, I would also like to take this opportunity po para i-promote po yung ilalunch po naming business soon. So, yung business po na to is focus po niya is on designing tote bags. So, ito po siya. Alright. Ayan. So, I would like also to take this opportunity para ipaalam ko sa inyo and also to share with you guys yung ilalunch po naming business which is Hiwaga Designs. So, si Hiwaga Designs po will launch officially tomorrow on November 25, 2020. And you can check, guys, our social medias. On Facebook, that will be the Hiwaga Designs, and on Instagram, that will be hiwaga.designs. So, yes, kung naghahanap po kayo ng ideas for gifts this coming holidays, yes, you can check our page and you can inquire there. So, yun lang naman po about sa Hiwaga Designs. Thank you so much po. And kung may tanong pa po, feel free to ask lang, and you can also email me if may gusto po kayong itanong na you can't answer right now. So, itatype ko na lang po yung email ko dito. Ayan. So, if you have more questions po, yan, nandiyan na po yung email ko. And favor po sa ating mga viewers, pwede po ba tayong on cam para at least po may documentation po tayo sa ating program today.
ayan. So, sa mga ating mga SPA, picture taking daw po. Ayan. Sabi ni Sir Richmond. So, yung mga ating mga teachers sa Paracelis, yung mga active yung mga taga Paracelis and other districts, open natin yung ating mga camera kasi for the documentation. So, yan. Rich, ikaw na bahala mag-picture, no?
Yes, Dima.
Ayan, okay. Ayan. Hindi ko kasi nakikita. Ayan, anyways, yun nga, sa ating mga SPA, open natin ang ating mga cameras para sa documentation. Siyempre, pakita natin ating mga magagandang muka para may documentation tayo sa sa ating layout design seminar. Go, Rich.
Yes, Dima, kinuhanan ko na po siya. And wait a bit po, yan, ngiti po tayong lahat. Ayan. Okay na po. Thank you so much po ulit for listening, and I hope na yung mga share ko pong knowledge and insight about layouting is ma-apply nyo po on your further newspaper projects.
Richmond.
So yun po again.
Siguro, I know
yes,
siguro some of the teachers are nasa isip nila to. Since siyempre hindi naman lahat is kayang bumili ng, talagang high specs na laptop, ano yung mare-recommend mo or masa-suggest mo na puwede nilang gamitin as an alternative ano, software sa paggawa ng design? Kasi ito parang napansin ko lang 'no, parang siguro karamihan siguro sa mga teachers natin, eh, medyo hindi pa gano'n kagamay yung InDesign. So baka merong alternative na kaya din sa kanilang mga laptop kahit medyo mabababang level. Yeah. Kung may masa-suggest ka. Ayan. Rich? Richmond? Ayan, nawala ata siya. I know kasi baka yun din ang tanong ng ilan nating mga SPA kasi may mga siyempre hindi naman lahat eh may maganda or talagang high na specs ng laptop. So siguro baka merong ibang alternative platforms or softwares na pwede nilang gamitin sa pagde-design ng kanilang mga newspaper. So hintayin natin. Ayan, 'di ba? Sabi ni Ma'am Charity, 'yun daw talaga yung tanong nila. So, 'yun. Na kasi parang syempre, 'di ba, gusto natin yung gusto rin nating makita yung simple, yung kumbaga paano tayo magsisimula. Syempre, hindi naman tayo makakapag-edit lahat kung hindi kaya ng ating laptop yung InDesign. So, try nating i-reach out.
Wait, ayan po, nawalan daw po ng internet si Richmond. Richmond, sorry ka dito.
Hello po, nakadata lang po ako ngayon. Nawalan po ng internet dito sa bahay bigla and nire-resolve na po namin, troubleshoot na po namin para at least makapag-record po ako. Ayan. Ayan na, meron na. Okay na.
Ayan. So, ayan, nandiyan na uli siya. So, hintayin natin. Papunta na raw po. Yes po, clear po.
Yes, kuya.
Present po. Present something ata. Kuya. Yung dulo po. Yan, present. Present po. Present. Yes, okay na po.
Wala naman.
Di ko na quiz, di ko na mention. Yes. So, in terms of columns naman po na nasabi ni Sir Mon kanina, so sa columns po, it should be odd numbers. Siguro po kapag list na number ng columns should be 3. After 3, 5 po. So, doon lang po dapat magva-vary yung ating columns or number of columns na ginagamit. And kasi po kapag ano po, even po yung columns na ginagamit natin, hindi po siya ano, I mean, hindi po siya goods or hindi po siya um, nakaka-break din po siya ng layouting rules. So, advice din po sa amin before na kailangan po kapag layout should be odd numbers, 3, 5, or kung kaya nyo 7, then go for it. Pero iwasan po natin yung paggamit ng 6 or 4 to na number of columns. So, yun lang po. May mga i-discuss pa po ba tayo dito, Sir Mon? Yan po, in terms naman po, sa alternatives ng InDesign, nandito naman po ako nung na-discuss kanina ni Sir Mon, yung paggamit po ng Adobe, I mean ng Microsoft Publisher and also yung Canva po. Pero po sa paggamit po ng Publisher, kahit po sabihin na natin may mga tools po si InDesign na wala kay Publisher, maganda pa rin po kapag na-maximize natin si Publisher if ever na yun po yung tool or yung software na meron tayo. Kasi it's not about the tool lang naman na ginagamit natin eh. Kasi ang important po dito is kung paano po natin i-design yung page kahit na yun lang po yung software na nagagamit natin. And also, gusto ko lang din po i-add yung experience ko before sa layouting. Actually, nag-start po ako sa layouting, wala akong sariling laptop. And ang ginagawa ko lang po is, nahihiram ako ng mga laptops sa mga classmates and minsan po sa school paper advisor namin. Then, yung laptop po na is same po ng mga nasabi kanina, hindi din po ganun kaganda yung specs and outdated din po siya. So, medyo mabagal. So, yun po from that, sa paggamit po ng mga tools na is outdated, hindi mo kailangan instill sa mind mo na hindi naman kailangan kasi we have outdated na gamit. Pero ang kailangan din po natin i-instill sa mind natin na despite na nagkakaroon tayo ng sabihin na natin less na less specs lap compared sa mga competitors natin, we can still win kasi we have this creativity in our minds and we have this kind of mindset na kahit na itong software or kahit itong laptop lang yung ginagamit ko, hindi pa rin manalo kasi nga I know the basics of layouting and hindi lang naman siya parang hindi lang naman siya about sa tools or sa software or sa laptops na ginagamit ko kasi super important din po na kahit alam po natin dapat alam po natin siya ilagay sa mga newspapers kahit na yun nga hindi man natin yes quiz yes. Yes. Ayan. So, yun naman po sa mga ganong bagay, crack po na Adobe yung mga ginagamit natin. Hindi ko naman po siya ina-advise, pero yun po talaga yung ginagamit ko. Kasi, medyo legal matters. Pero, yes, para makasurvive din tayo din ba sa paggamit ng ating Adobe tools, kailangan natin mag-crack, yung crack na tinatawag if ever na hindi natin afford si paid tools ng Adobe. So, kapag gano'n naman po, punta lang po kayo sa website na getintopc.com. So, like po siya, getintopc. Type ko po para at least getintopc.com. Ayan, so dito po sa website na to, type nyo lang po dyan yung software na gusto nyo gamitin. Or, halimbawa, Adobe InDesign. May alabas na po dyan sa getintopc.com ng mga softwares na pwede nyong gamitin, nakaka-track na po siya. Then, if ever po na kailangan yun ng instruction kung paano i-install, may link po ng video doon sa kung paano siya gagamitin. Pero be careful din po sa mga gagamitin yung, let's say, titingnan na website or links kasi nga po minsan may mga ads po doon na pwede mag-cause ng alam niyo na, mga viruses and such. Pero di naman po siya mangyayari if nabasa po natin yung mga instructions na naka-include dun sa specific na software na download natin. Okay na po, quiz. Download at your own risk, sabi ni Dima. Totoo yan. Pero, yes, ano lang talaga, follow instructions lang talaga. So, hindi po madadamage yung ating mga PC or, yes. Yun lang po. So, dyan po, check nyo na lang po yung website, getintopc.com. So, at least, pwede po tayo magkaroon ng Adobe InDesign na full version and hindi po tayo magbayad. At the same time, hindi po siya trial. Okay. You're welcome po sa yan kay Mama Rizel. Yan. Welcome po. So may tanong pa po. Goods na po tayo. Sir Mon, hindi na po ba Sir Mon?
Ayan, so
Ayan.
magbe-break pa po ba or diretso na tayo sa ating next speaker, kuya? Ayan. At syempre, to introduce our next speaker for the sports writing, makakasama natin muli one of the founder of the Lost Stories and the former multimedia producer of ABS-CBN. Walang iba kundi si Raymond Sakiwat.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Clear, sir. Clear.
Sir Mon, may problema po ata for YouTube audio since yes po. I tried po. Medyo, kapag sa inyo po galing yung wala po audio. Yun nga po. Meron po eh. I think nasa more than 10.